Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges. Senator Bridges.
Excused.
Buckner.
Excused.
Coleman. Cutter. Senator Cutter.
Excused.
Danielson.
Excused.
Exum. Fields. Senator Fields. Senator Fields. Gardner. Janal. Gonzalez. Hanson. Senator Hanson. Henriksen. Huckes Lewis.
Excused.
Kirkmeyer. Kolker. Senator Kolker. Liston. Lundin. Marchman. Michelson Janae.
Excused.
Mullica. Senator Mullica.
Excused.
Pelton B. Pelton R. Priola. Rich. Roberts. Rodriguez. Simpson. Smallwood. Smallwood. Senator Smallwood. Sullivan. Van Winkle. Will. Winter. Zenzinger.
No problem, Daddy-O.
Bridges. Buckner. Mr. President.
Here. Morning roll call is 29 present, 0 absent, 6 excused. We do have a quorum. Senator Will, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Colleagues, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. With 21 days left in this session, I move that the Senate Journal of April 16, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. I guess the ayes have it and the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
April 17, 2024, correctly printed Senate Bills 207, 208, and 209, correctly engrossed Senate Bills 37, 42, 69, 123, 126, 142, 152, 158, 171, 184, 185, and 198, Senate Concurrent Resolution 1. Correctly revised House Bills 1089, 1094, 1156, 1170, 1172, 1227, 1229, 1250, and 1251. Correctly re-revised House Bills 1244, 1259, and 1293.
Committee reports.
April 16, 2024, Committee on Local Government and Housing. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1230 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1266 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar.
Third reading of bills, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the titles of all of the bills on the consent calendar?
House Bill 1227 by Representatives Weissman and Soper and Senators Gardner and Gonzalez concerning implementation of the Committee on Legal Services recommendations in connection with legislative review of state agencies' rules. House Bill 1094 by Representatives Lukens and Soper and Senators Roberts and Will concerning earnest money deposits received after the Real Estate Commission has approved a developer subdivision registration and in connection therewith allowing the use of developer subdivision earnest money deposits by credit investors. House Bill 1172 by Representatives Taggart and Byrd and Senators Kirkmeyer and Malika concerning county revitalization authorities. House Bill 1229 by Representative English and Senators Malika and Will concerning presumptive eligibility for persons in need of long-term services and supports. House Bill 1089 by Representatives Hamrick and Frizzell and Senators Senzinger and R. Pelton concerning the use of electronic notifications for vehicle transactions and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1250 by Representatives Armagost and Kipp and Senators Hansen and Smallwood concerning the waiver of driver's license suspension points for successful completion of a driving improvement course. House Bill 1251 by Representative Snyder and Mabry and Senator Gonzalez concerning the continuation of functions related to the regulation of debt management service providers and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. Senate Bill 37 by Senators Simpson and Bridges and Representatives Lynch and McCormick concerning alternative mechanisms for achieving compliance with water quality standards and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 42 by Senators Buckner and Fields and Representative English concerning the creation of the Ari P. Taylor Sickle Cell Disease Outreach Program to provide support to individuals living with sickle cell disease and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 69 by Senator Kolker and Representative Young concerning measures to clarify individualized education program information through a publicly available training program. Senate Bill 126 by Senators Will and Winter and Representatives Lukens and Lynch concerning the Conservation Easement Income Tax Credit and in connection therewith extending the Conservation Easement Oversight Commission and the Certified Holder Program indefinitely, increasing the limit on Conservation Easement Income Tax Credits available to donors in one calendar year, allowing multiple transfers of Conservation Easement Tax Credits and making an appropriation. Senate Bill 142 by Senators Marchman and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Hartsook concerning oral health screening in public schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 152 by Senators Simpson and Roberts and Representative McCormick concerning an income tax credit for qualifying food and beverage retailers in the state that source ingredients from local producers practicing regenerative agriculture. Senate Bill 158 by Senators Hansen and Michelson-Janay and Representatives Lukens and Frizzell concerning social media companies and in connection therewith establishing requirements for the operation of social media platforms by social media companies, authorizing the Attorney General to enforce the new requirements under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act and making an appropriation.
Will the clerk please add Senator Cutter to the roll? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on third reading of bills, final passage consent calendar, which are House Bill 1227, House Bill 1094, House Bill 1172, House Bill 1229, House Bill 1089, House Bill 1250, House Bill 1251, House Bill 30, Senate Bill 37, Senate Bill 42, Senate Bill 69, Senate Bill 126, Senate Bill 142, Senate Bill 152, and Senate Bill 158.
Will the clerk please add Senator Malika to the roll? Is there any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1251, Senate Bill 42, and Senate Bill 69.
Senator Van Winkle will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1251, Senate Bill 42, and Senate Bill 69. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also would like to be recorded as a no on House Bill 1251, Senate Bill 042, Senate Bill 069, Senate Bill 158.
Senator Pelton R. will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1251, Senate Bill 42, Senate Bill 69, and Senate Bill 158. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 24-1251, Senate Bill 24042, and Senate Bill 24069.
Members, it's a little hard to hear the bills that people want to be recorded as no votes on, so let's please keep the chatter down. I believe Senator Rich wanted to be a no vote and will be recorded as such on House Bill 1251, Senate Bill 42, and Senate Bill 69. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded a no vote on House Bill 1251.
Senator Pelton B. will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1251. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on 1251.
Senator will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1251. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1172 and House Bill 1251.
Senator Liston will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1172 and House Bill 1251. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. I've got 5 bills I'd like to be counted as a no vote on. I'd like to be counted as a no vote, please, on House Bill 1172, House Bill 1251, Senate Bill 69, Senate Bill 142, and Senate Bill 152.
Senator Baisley will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1172, House Bill 1251, Senate Bill 69, Senate Bill 142, and Senate Bill 152.
Did we get 1251 in there? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I need to invoke Rule 17C because I have a personal interest in Senate Bill 24-126 and will recuse myself from voting.
Senator Simpson will be recused from voting on Senate Bill 126. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 126.
Senator Gonzalez will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 126. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1172.
Senator Zenzinger will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1172. Senator Smallwood.
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1251 and Senate Bills 42, 142, and 152.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1251, Senate Bill 42, Senate Bill 69, Senate Bill 142, and Senate Bill 152. Correction, please mark Senator Smallwood as a yes vote on Senate Bill 69. Members, seriously, we are on third reading of bills. Please keep it down. It is difficult to hear the requests for no votes on the bills on the consent calendar. Mr. Minority Leader.
Good morning, Mr. President. I request that I be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1251, Senate Bills 42 and 69. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Senate will stand in a brief recess. The Senate will come back to order. Members, we are on third reading of bills consent still, and we left off when the computer froze at the minority leader's request for his no votes, which I believe was 1251, Senate Bill 42, and Senate Bill 69. Are there any additional requests for no votes on the consent calendar? I thought there was one more individual, but. Okay. Thank you for all of your patience. With a vote of 31 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, House Bill 1227 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola. With a vote of 31 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, House Bill 1094 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola. With a vote of 28 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, House Bill 1172 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Winter, Priola. With a vote of 1172. Co-sponsors on House Bill 1172. Senators Will, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Roberts, Exum, Priola, Winter, with a vote of 31 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, House Bill 1229 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Smallwood, Exum, Kirkmeyer, Roberts, Gonzalez, Kolker, Janal, Priola, Liston, please add Senator Zenzinger as a co-sponsor. With a vote of 31 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, House Bill 1089 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Kolker, Gonzalez, Bridges, Priola, Minority Leader Lundin, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Janal, Cutter, Pelton B, Will, Coleman, Marchman, with a vote of 31 ayes, 0 noes, Please add Senator Malika as a co-sponsor on House Bill 1089. With a vote of 31 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 4 excused, House Bill 1250 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Pelton B., Rich, Pelton R., Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Exum, Minority Leader Lundin, Gonzalez, Kolker, Winter, Zenzinger, Marchman, Bridges, Priola, Jaquez Lewis, Fields. Please add the Majority Leader as a co-sponsor. With a vote of 22 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, House Bill 1251 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Priola, Cutter, Fields, Majority Leader Rodriguez. Exum. With a vote of 31 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 4 excused, Senate Bill 37 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Kolker, Marchman, Priola, Pelton R., Cutter, Will, with a vote of 26 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, Senate Bill 42 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Malika, Exum, Coleman, Gonzalez, Janal, Zenzinger, Bridges, Cutter, Marchman, Kolker, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Winter, Fields, Priola, Henriksen, with a vote of 26 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, Senate Bill 69 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Marchman, Bridges, Fields, Priola, Cutter, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Gonzalez, Exum, Coleman, Zenzinger. Please add the President. With a vote of 29 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 4 excused, Senate Bill 126 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Marchman, Priola, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Fields, Cutter, Kolker, Hanson, same thing. Please add the President. With a vote of 29 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, Senate Bill 142 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Zenzinger, Bridges, Sullivan, Janal, Gonzalez, Cutter, Priola, Fields, Winter, Exum, Mullica, Roberts, Will, Hanson, Colker. With a vote of 29 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, Senate Bill 152 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gonzalez, Bridges, Cutter, Priola, Winter, Pelton R., Marchman, Kirkmeyer. Please have the president. With a vote of 30 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 4 excused, Senate Bill 158 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Colker, Gonzalez, Bridges, Sullivan, Janal, Cutter, Marchman, Winter, Fields, Priola, Exum, Coleman, will the clerk please add Senators Danielson, Hawkes Lewis, and Michelson Janae? Members, we are going to take a brief recess to make sure the computer is up for the job for third reading. So they're going to do what they need to do to make sure it's reset and ready, and we will come back shortly for third reading of bills. Senate will stand in a brief recess. The Senate will come back to order. Third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 197?
Senate Bill 197 by Senators Roberts and Will and Representative McCluskey concerning measures for the conservation of water in the state and in connection therewith implementing the proposals of the Colorado River Drought Task Force.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 197 and ask for permission to offer a third reading amendment.
It's a bold move. Will you please explain the need for a third reading amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is a very small amendment that adds in a few more words to make explicitly clear that the water being conserved by one of the conservation programs will not be diverted outside of the western slope or east of the Continental Divide, and will not be sold for use outside of the state of Colorado. This is a very pro-Colorado amendment, and that's why we need to pass it on third reading.
The question before the body is Senator Roberts' request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? Yeah. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L006?
L006, amend gross bill, page 9, line 14, strike divide
Senator
and
Roberts.
substitute divide.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L006.
To the amendment.
Thank you. As I mentioned, this adds in the words that the water cannot be sold for use outside of the state of Colorado.
Is there any discussion?
Good. It's easy.
Motion before the body is the adoption of L006. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the amendment is adopted. To the bill. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is the bill that implements the recommendations of the Colorado River Drought Task Force. As I talked about on second reading, the task force worked incredibly hard over the last many months, traveled across the state, put forth some very reasonable recommendations here, some things that are pro-just transition in Northwest Colorado, things that are pro-agriculture, keeping water in agriculture. We have a provision to help our tribal nations in the Southwest get more funding for water projects. And overall, this continues the work that we have to do to protect our state's water future. This is not the only solution, but these are some great tools in the toolbox to move us forward, and would ask for an aye vote.
Motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 197. Are there any no votes?
Perfect. Okay.
With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 197 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Kirkmeyer, Minority Leader Lundin, Gardner, Van Winkle, Hanson, Exum, Rich, Bridges, Gonzalez, Jaquez Lewis, Sullivan, Marchman, Michelson Janae, Priola, Fields, Winter, Majority Leader Rodriguez. Please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 198?
Senate Bill 198 by Senators Fenberg and Michelson Janae and Representatives Brown and McCormick concerning measures to support the implementation of the state's regulated natural medicine program.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 198 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 198. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Mr. Minority Leader, Smallwood, Pelton R., Simpson, Pelton B., With a vote of 25 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 198 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola. What? Marchman. Jaquez Lewis. Gonzalez. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 123?
Senate Bill 123 by Senators Priola and Hansen and Representatives Morrow and Froelich, concerning the creation of an enterprise that is exempt from the requirements of Section 20 of Article 10 of the state constitution to administer a fee-based waste tire management program, and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move Senate Bill 123 on third reading and final passage.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 123. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Will, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Zenzinger, Gonzalez. With a vote of 21 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 123 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Winter, Jaquez Lewis, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 171?
Senate Bill 171 by Senators Will and Roberts and Representatives McLaughlin and Morrow, concerning authorization for the restoration of the North American wolverine in the state and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 171, third reading and final passage.
Any discussion?
This is a great bill. I think you've all heard about it, about the right way to reintroduce a species into the state of Colorado, and 171 does that. We have 10J, we have compensation within the bill, we have NEPA, all the correct things to do to reintroduce a species in this state and do it the correct way rather than ballot initiative and ballot box biology. Really proud of this bill, really proud to work with Senator Roberts on this bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I just want to take this opportunity to thank the good senator from Newcastle, not only for his work on this bill, but as this is his last session here in his career serving the state of Colorado, to do things like this bill, to preserve wildlife diversity, to preserve our environment, and to protect the great species that call our state home. His leadership on this bill is I think, a good capstone on his entire career serving the state of Colorado and everything he's passionate about. So it's an honor to be on this bill with him. This is an important bill, and he has shown what proper wildlife management looks like, not only in this bill, but throughout his career. So thank you to the good senator from Newcastle for your work.
Thank you.
Seeing any further discussion? Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the sponsors for bringing this bill, and I hope they might indulge me for a brief moment as something that I'm sure the president will find relates to this bill, because as a kid growing up in Michigan and going to Northern Michigan University, the Wolverines were the arch rivals of our hockey team. And Northern Michigan University of Michigan at the time had the most NCAA championships of any team. And that is no longer the case, because in my time just here in this chamber, they have been surpassed by the Denver University Pioneers. And so I thank the sponsors for bringing this bill so that Wolverines can again thrive in the forests of Colorado, because they're not doing it on the ice.
Seeing only a little bit more discussion from Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before Before we take the vote, I'd like to make an offering to the good senator from Sterling.
Senator Will, we don't want people's votes to be persuaded based off of gifts, grants, donations, general fund, anything. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 171. Are there any no votes? After all that, Senators Baisley, Pelton B, Pelton R, Van Winkle, Gardner, Smallwood. Wow. Do you think you know a person? With a vote of 29 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 171 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Marchman, Priola, Gonzalez, Cutter, Hawkes-Lewis, Sullivan, Finberg, Hanson, Liston, Exum, Michelson Janae, Mullica, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 184?
Senate Bill 184 by Senators Finberger and Marchman and Representatives McCluskey and Basenecker concerning support for the development of surface transportation infrastructure and in connection therewith providing funding and operational flexibility needed to support the development of transit and rail infrastructure and making an appropriation.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SB 184 on third reading and final passage.
Any discussion? Seeing some, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I listened with interest to this debate. Which one should I offer first? Maybe. Well, in response to the question, Mr. There we go. Thank you, Mr. President. I listened with interest to the debate that we had in regards to this important policy. With that, Mr. President, I request permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Senator Gonzalez, will you please explain the need for a third reading amendment?
The need is that we have 21 days left in this legislative session, and I think we all need a little bit of joy in our lives. And a point of bipartisan unity and, I don't know, bridging the urban-rural divide in some way.
The question before the body is Senator Gonzalez's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Man, the ayes have it and permission is granted. Will the clerk please read Amendment L070?
L070.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L70 to Senate Bill 184.
To the amendment, Senator Gonzalez.
As we discussed in second reading, there are a few things that have the potential to impact and transform my district and much of the way that the state of Colorado travels should this Front Range passenger rail line, both the northern segment and the southern segment, be completed. And what better opportunity do we have through this bill than to put a voice on that train that would actually unify the entirety of the state? This amendment, colleagues, offers you the opportunity to ensure that this and future generations will be able to be blessed by the powerful, compelling, uniquely Coloradan voice of the good senator from Newcastle, Colorado. I ask for an aye vote on L70, and thank you for this important opportunity.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to come up and strongly support Amendment L070.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think that I rise in support of the amendment, vigorous support of the amendment. And I just want to assure that this amendment, which basically says that we, the General Assembly, further find and declare that once the Front Range passenger rail line is completed and in service, so we're looking to a point very far in the future probably, the voice of Senator Perry Will of Newcastle, Colorado will be the official voice of Front Range passenger rail and shall be used to make all announcements on Front Range passenger rail trains. Rise in support of the amendment, but in anticipation, based on the experience of California being 10 years behind schedule and $100 billion over budget with their rail project, that we should probably have my colleague who shares a certain antiquity with me, he should record the announcements soon. We are vintage, yes, we would both be vintage, that is for sure, so that they will be available decades from now when and if this rail actually comes to fruition. So I'd just say let's record it as soon as possible.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion, Senator Gardner, 2L70.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in full support of this amendment, but I want to take this opportunity to let the senator from Newcastle know that what's happening here is the state's appropriating your name, image, and likeness. And at a future time, I'd be happy to speak with you about the takings lawsuit that you might want to bring against the state. But it'll be buried in the millions and millions of dollars that we're spending on this. So I ask for an aye vote.
Name, image, and likeness. This is what it feels like to be a college athlete. Any further discussion on L070? Senator Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been brought to my attention that there may be some legal implications of doing a sole source contract and not opening it up to an open bid, a competitive bid on who has the best voice. And I don't know what to do with that information. Seems awfully complicated. And so perhaps the queen of procurement would have something to offer.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, Chair, President, Chair, President, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Wow.
My favorite in the Senate, just want to say. I just find it so interesting that now we're going to bring the procurement code. But I would point out that it is, thank you. Yeah, only on important issues. I would just point out that this is actually sole source because there is no other voice of Perry Will. There's only one voice of the good senator from Newcastle. There is only one senator from Newcastle. He is the only sole source of that voice. Nobody else is the sole source of that voice. So I think we could probably push this through the procurement code, just like so many other things have been pushed through the procurement code.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L070. Are there any no votes? Senators Colker, Zenzinger, Bridges, Sullivan, Pelton B, Pelton R? Y'all always vote together. Finberg. Is that Marchman? Jaquez Lewis. With a vote of 25 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, L070 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion. Oh, Senator Gonzalez. There is an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request permission to offer a second important third reading amendment.
We explained the need for a second important third reading amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would simply concretize and memorialize what we've all been calling this bill anyway. So we might as well just call it what it is. In the name of openness, transparency, and truth, I ask for permission.
The question for the body is Senator Gonzalez's request for permission to offer a second third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it and permission is granted. Will the clerk please read Amendment 69?
L69, amended gross bill, page 15.
Senator
of line
Gonzalez.
13.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L69.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This changes the short title of Article 22 in Section 5 of the bill, strikes the Front Range Passenger Rail District Act and renames it to the Choo Choo Train Act. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on L60, Senator Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. This one just goes too far, folks. I don't think the renaming of the title isn't related to the bill. It's related to a bill that we all passed several years ago, the Front Range Passenger Rail District. So I'm not sure if I'm going to go so far as ask for a title ruling, but it is an amendment to the name of the Front Range Passenger Rail District, not anything to do with this bill necessarily. And I'm just wondering if there's been stakeholding with the folks in the Front Range Passenger Rail District, and if they're comfortable with now serving on the Choo Choo Train District. It may kind of make their work, which is important, seem, perhaps childish or trivial.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I encourage a no vote on this amendment for two reasons. The first is Front Range Passenger Rail could be a variety of technologies. Some of those technologies don't make the sound choo-choo. And also an important part of getting Front Range Passenger Rail to work is increasing the number of silent crossings, which are expensive, are something that we actually look for and are something we take federal money for. And so we want to hear less choo-choos to make this work. So I encourage a no vote.
Any further discussion? Wow. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. I don't know if this is going to make me be fined or not, but I'm willing to pay the fine to, brandish this fine piece of locomotive fashion. Yeah, of a bygone era. And grateful to the chamber for allowing us to find a little bit of joy. As we know, we have many, many, many serious fights ahead. With all love and respect, thank you for granting me said permission. I withdraw Amendment L69.
L69 has been withdrawn. Senator Gonzalez will be fined $1 for wearing a cap in the chamber and $1 fine removed for wearing a matching shirt. Any further discussion? Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm sorry to come down and speak about the Trainwreck Act of 2024, because that's really, unfortunately, what this is. I can appreciate what the good senators from Boulder and Longmont are attempting to do, but in all seriousness, members, it's very unfortunate that we're about ready to potentially pass legislation that is going to go after people in one industry to pay for a massive transportation boondoggle. Sorry to call it that, but that's what it is. I want to give you a little bit of perspective as to. We talked about this yesterday, but about what we're potentially facing. Like I say, it's totally unfair to sock the people of Colorado or the visitors coming from Colorado $3 a day for a car rental that none of the money will ever be able to pay for this multi-billion dollar train wreck that will occur. Let me just give you a little bit of idea of what the state of California is still going through. And with all due respect to my good colleague from Newcastle, Senator Will, the good senator from Newcastle, your voice may be on it, but the chances of your voice being heard are slim and none, because this rail project, I predict, will never, ever be built. It's that, as I said yesterday, the train has already left the station, if it ever leaves. The state of California first proposed, after studying a high-speed rail project from Central California to Southern California. They did a massive study, and when they finally voted on it in 2008, it was to be completed in 2020, which was 4 years ago. Here it is, 2024. It still is not up and running. The cost was expected to be, back then in 2008, was to be $33 billion. They had to revise it again and again. In 2022, it was revised up to $105 billion. Within months, it was revised up to $113 billion. It's now $133 billion, and it still has not left the station. I want to give you some quotes from a couple of the people who served on the board, who were the experts. These were the experts, the people who were pushing the project. A gentleman by the name of Mr. Tannenbaum, he said, "I was totally naive when I took the job." He was a former Wall Street investment banker. "I spent my time and didn't succeed. I realized the system didn't work. I just wasn't smart enough. I don't know how they can build it now." That was 2 years ago. Mr. Dan Richard, the longest-serving rail chairman, said starting the project with an early goal of linking Los Angeles and San Francisco was a strategic mistake. An initial line between Los Angeles and San Diego would have made more sense. That was just about 60, 70 miles. We're talking about building a project here of some 250 miles. Another former rail chairman who served as who's a state senator, he actually voted on this. He said, "I don't think it was an existing project. It is a loser." Those are his exact words. And the list goes on and on. Members, we're about ready to sock it to one industry to pay for a boondoggle of a project that will soak billions of dollars and never be built. and it's going to hit the pockets. You know, it says, well, you know, these various car rental companies are going to absorb the cost. Come on, let's be honest with ourselves. They are not going to absorb the cost. They are going to pass on that $3 fee to each and every person who rents a car, whether you're in state or out of state. So we'll be paying for it for a project that will never be done. So once again, I appreciate what the good senators are attempting to do, but it's totally unfair, it's unreasonable. I would urge a no vote on Senate Bill 184. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't see you as tall as you are. Please come on up. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we had I think a more truncated debate about this yesterday. And I appreciate the comments from the good senator from El Paso County as far as the amount of money that would be wasted in a train project, a choo-choo train project, whatever we want to refer to it. But I'm a little more cynical than that. So to pay homage to my colleague, the good senator from Aurora, this is a distraction. The train conversation is a distraction. We talked yesterday. We talked yesterday about the fact that there is no money available to pay for a train from Trinidad to Fort Collins. There's not this pool of $66 billion federal dollars that we're going to draw down from. In my opinion, there's not $27 or $28 billion worth of federal loans that we're going to apply for and receive in order to build a train. In my opinion, this is a distraction. Let's put in a new fee, let's put in a new tax, not only on visitors and tourists, but also on the citizens of Colorado who need to rent cars when their car is stolen, which happens here far too often, when their car is crashed and unusable. Let's put a new tax on the citizens of Colorado and our visitors. Don't look over here. Don't look over here. But the bill, which important part of the bill, requires the transportation enterprise to develop a new multimodal strategic capital plan that aligns with the 10-year transportation plan of who? The Colorado Department of Transportation. That's all you need to know, colleagues. Multimodal, Colorado Department of Transportation. That's where the new tax is going. That's where the new tax that our citizens are going to pay is going. We needed, in my opinion, some way to move forward CDOT's plan of buses and bike lanes and everything else that we want to do within transportation in the state of Colorado. That does not include fixing roads, does not include fixing bridges, in my opinion. Multimodal and CDOT are the only two words I needed to see. We're creating a new tax, and that's what that money is going for. It's not going to go for trains, colleagues. $60 billion minimum, 30, 40 years minimum. Unless, of course, we are somehow far more talented than the citizens in the great state of California and can miraculously do things better, faster, cheaper than they can in California. If California is any roadmap to what Colorado might look like, we're talking about decades and tens of billions of dollars that will not materialize. It's certainly not going to materialize from the $66 billion that everybody keeps talking about in this building. We've got to do something. We've got to put a safety clause on this bill. We got to hurry up. And add a new tax onto the citizens of Colorado and our tourists and our visitors, because we've got to go capture some of $66 billion. And colleagues, the $66 billion is already gone. It doesn't exist. Now, if you're interested in a train from DC to Boston and improving that and improving the safety around that, yeah, $66 billion is definitely going there. All you have to do is Google this. Lord knows nobody ever accused me of being the intellect in the room that dug all this stuff up. It's on the internet. You can see where the $66 billion is already gone. Maybe there's $1 billion or $2. That's not what this is going for. And a $3 tax on our citizens, as we talked about, it would take millions of Coloradans renting every day, year after year after year after year, to come up with a modicum of the tens of billions of dollars that a project like this will take. So, again, with all due respect to my colleague from El Paso County, I don't think we need to be worried about plowing taxpayer money into the black hole that is the train. Because, in my opinion, we're not even going to try to build a train. It's not what this bill is about, in my opinion. This bill is about advancing the multimodal transportation plan that the executive branch is driving in this state. That tells you everything you need to know. I am a no vote on Senate Bill 184 for exactly those reasons. If CDOT and the executive branch have a transportation plan that they want to move forward and pay for, in my opinion, they should do it the way we've done it all these years, all these decades, and they should go through the General Assembly. They should ask for the proper appropriations. Our elected members of the JBC should review this and determine whether or not the electeds, those that are held accountable by the voters in our state, really want to move forward this 10-year transportation plan that they're putting out there versus using the back door and the guise of a train. That's my opinion. My opinion is they should come to the General Assembly and get money appropriated to them, and that we get to weigh in on this versus saying, nope, here's a new tax on our citizens, here's a new fee. You know what the legislative involvement is going to be in this? I have a pretty good idea. What's the JBC's involvement going to be in this bill? I have a pretty good idea, because they know how unpopular this would be. So this is how we advance it. I think you heard it from this very spot yesterday. There may be no money from this new tax on our citizens, from this new tax on our visitors. There may not be any money that goes to rail, and I appreciate that comment, because I believe the exact same thing. And I think for those reasons, you should join me also in voting no on Senate Bill 184.
Senator Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just be brief. I don't. There is no secret plan. There's no backdoor trickery going on here. The bill is about supporting transportation investments. And the bill specifies what types of investments we're talking about. The bill is not about funding a train. That is not what the title is. The Ledge Deck talks about funding multimodal and transit and rail projects, which I hope will include the Front Range Passenger Rail Project, the Mountain Rail Project, and other related projects, and bus service. That's what the bill's about. I mean, nobody is hiding that. This is about transit investments. It's in the title. It's in the legislative declaration. It's in the text of the bill. The bill is not a specific plan on financing a project. It is about creating financing to go to CTIO to do what they were established to do originally, which is to use user fees and to enter into creative financing projects with the federal government, with private industry, local governments, and to turn large infrastructure projects into reality that we could not do simply through the general fund. That is their purpose. That is their business purpose for the state of Colorado. That's what the bill is. There is no trickery. To the reference that all $66 billion has been spent, I genuinely don't know what that is referring to. $66 billion was in the infrastructure bill. $35 billion or so specifically is for the Corridor ID program. Colorado has been accepted into the Corridor ID program. We are one of two states, one of two projects that not only was accepted, but was fast-tracked to stage 2 because our project is so promising and we've done a lot of the work that other states haven't done yet. That's the program. That's the money we're talking about. That money has not been spent. In fact, we are one of two projects that is most equipped to receive that money. And if we haven't received the money yet, it probably means nobody's received that money. The money's still there. I'm not saying Colorado is guaranteed to get it. The purpose of this bill is to create the situation where the state of Colorado can be competitive to apply for this funding to make it more likely that we will receive it. This is clearly a priority of the federal government. This isn't a pipe dream. This isn't something that we are creating a distraction of. The federal government, the folks in charge of these programs, have been out to the state of Colorado several times to have conversations about making sure that they can be of assistance, that we can work together, that we can partner. That's what this is about. The state of Colorado, through this bill, is not single-handedly going to finance or fund these large infrastructure projects. That's typically not how any large infrastructure projects work. It's a capital stack of multiple sources of funds that come together to make it a reality that you can finance a large project over the course of decades. That's what this is going to be. Just like Floyd Hill, just like all of the other major billion-dollar road and bridge projects that are happening right now across the state of Colorado. Why are they happening? Partially because of actions of this legislature previously, essentially to cobble together funds to create a capital stack, to attract investment, and to go into P3s and partnerships to be able to get big things done for the state of Colorado that we otherwise couldn't do alone. That's what this is. There is no distraction. There's no bait and switch. The funding that is generated through the policy in this bill goes towards multimodal transit investments. Nobody has tried to hide that. One of those investments, I hope, will be the Front Range Passenger Rail District, the Mountain Rail District, and the connectivity projects that CDOT is hoping to advance to connect more rural communities, to have more bus service, to connect them to other communities around the state. That's what this is about. And there's a lot of other multimodal transit options out there that are probably going to be contemplated in the years to come that we're not even discussing yet today. But that's what this bill is. It's not a bait and switch. There's no trickery. The money, the federal government money is there. There have been many conversations that have happened to make sure that Colorado is as competitive as possible to receive our fair share, hopefully more than our fair share, of the funding for things like Front Range Passenger Rail, but also other projects. And I urge an aye vote because I think these are the ways that we can do big infrastructure investments in the state of Colorado these days. That might be a sad reality, but at the end of the day, there is money from the federal government that wants to be injected into states around the country to do big infrastructure investments. I think it would be a shame for us to say, you know what, no thank you, because we don't think that train's gonna ever happen or whatever. That, I think, is a distraction, because this isn't about a train. This is about big infrastructure investments for the state to build on top of the ones that are already happening and the ones that are planned for the future, many of which are happening because of a bill that we passed a couple of years ago to inject funding into our transportation system to get us more up to speed and in line with what our peer states around the country have already been doing for decades. This is a good bill because it advances our economic development, it helps connect communities, it helps workers, it helps transform communities that have been reliant on old forms of technology or ones that are phasing out. It's a good bill for Colorado's future. Colorado, in many ways, was put here, was developed because of the role that our state has in transportation around the country. This bill, I think, further solidifies that and makes sure that we have a next chapter of ensuring that Colorado is on the forefront of innovative transportation infrastructure investments, and urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Mr. Hubler, please add Senator Buckner to the roll. Senator Helton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate what the good senator, what Mr. President and the good senator from Boulder and the good senator from Parker had to say, both of them. Here's where I'm at with it. I mean, besides the fees, besides everything else that's coming on this bill, nobody trusts CDOT. That's the biggest issue. That's why when you see when you see ballot issues that come on where it's going to give CDOT no more money, they fail miserably because nobody trusts CDOT. That's my issue with this bill. That's the number one issue with it. Nobody can trust them. And that is what I fear. We're giving them a ton of money, and how are they going to waste it? How are they going to abuse it? That's the part that I'm concerned about. I do appreciate everything that's been said up here about this bill today, but I am so in agreement with the good senator from Parker. It's like all I had to see was CDOT and multimodal, and that was enough for me. So I do appreciate what the sponsors are doing with this bill. I don't agree with it, but I mean, it's a bill that they're bringing, but I just want to reiterate the good senator from Parker. I don't trust CDOT.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to add on to that because I think that's where my issue is, as well as the trust issue with CDOT. Back in 2018, I remember having a meeting with CDOT, and at that time, Colorado was ranked 31st in the country for highways. Now, we're ranked 47th. I don't see that being a success story. And instead of, improving our roads, we're going to create a bucket of money for what the good senator from Parker said. That's never going to happen. And this particular bill is not even going to benefit the entire state of Colorado. So I'm a no on this bill. I've talked to a lot of people from my district since yesterday. They're outraged by this. I'm going to urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 184. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Baisley, Will, Gardner, Van Winkle, Simpson, Rich, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. Please don't. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 184 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Hanson, Gonzalez, Janal, Winter, Fields, Zenzinger, Henriksen, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Priola, Michelson Janae, Colker. Please add the president. Would the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 185? I did.
Thank you. Senate Bill 185 by Senator Fenberg and Representative Amable concerning protections for unleased mineral interest owners and the pooling of mineral interests by the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 185 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 185. Are there any no votes? Senators Smallwood, Gardner, Rich, Liston, Pelton B., Baisley, Pelton R., Van Winkle. With a vote of, please add Senator Simpson. Please add the minority leader as a no vote. Senator Simpson is a yes vote, an aye vote. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, and 0 please add Senator Kirkmeyer as a no on 185. That's called the Priola effect. We can't see who's behind Senator Gardner. With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 185 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Priola, Michelson Janae, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Henriksen, please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to SCR 24001?
SCR 1 by Senators Danielson and Fields and Representatives Duran and Weissman, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning allowing Colorado lawmakers to pass laws that permit victims of childhood sexual abuse to bring a civil claim for the sexual abuse regardless of when the sexual abuse occurred.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move SCR 24-1 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a very rich debate and discussion about SCR 001 yesterday. And so I'm just going to wrap up my comments with saying a couple of things. And I hope you agree. Every child, especially in the state of Colorado, deserves a champion. Every child deserves an advocate. Every child deserves a healthy start, a safe start towards adulthood. However, that's not the case for every child. We have people, adults, who prey and manipulate and abuse children for sexual activity. And it's against the law. A minor cannot consent to any form of sexual activity, period. Period. There's no comma there. But what we have in the statute of limitation is not a period, we have a comma. The comma means that if you are abused as a child, you only have 6 years to report it. If you want to file a civil case and claim, 6 years. That's a period. We have an opportunity to send this measure to the people of Colorado to vote to change that measure. To say that if you are a child of sexual abuse, no matter when it happens, you can file a civil claim against the abuser and the institution. We heard some arguments yesterday about protecting the statute of limitations, which makes me really ponder about, do we really believe in our criminal justice system? Our criminal justice system is designed to determine liability. Either you're liable or you're not. Either you're guilty or you're not. You come before a judge, you have a jury of your peers, they decide. Why are we hung up with thinking that that system doesn't work when that is our system of criminal justice forever? I know what it's like to sit in the courtroom. And that's all I had to seek justice. Why are we wanting to limit justice for someone who has been abused as a child? Let the judge and the jury decide that. If there is an attorney and a survivor who wants to sue the abuser and the institution, let them do so. Let the courts handle that. Why should we create barriers for justice for a child that has been sexually abused? Makes no sense to me. Either we're for justice or we're not. Either we want to protect children or we're not. I've talked to many survivors and abusers of sexual assault. And the effects of having to deal with that childhood trauma spans long beyond a 6-year statute of limitation. Children that are abused at a very early age sometimes fall into depression. Some of them may even commit suicide. There's other health factors that are play into when you're sexually abused as a child. We talked about them yesterday, because when you're a child, you may not can articulate what happened and how that might interfere with your sense of security in your family, in your church, or whatever. So they might have health issues that might show up in cancer or stroke. It's childhood trauma, and it doesn't go away in 6 years. Let the voters decide on this issue. And let the judge and the jury decide on this issue. We don't need to be a gatekeeper and to slam the gates and the doors of justice on children. I believe that abusers should have to pay. I believe that abusers should be held accountable. And I believe that institutions that enable them to continue with their abuse should also be held accountable. Let the judge and the jury decide. Let this measure go to the people. Let them decide. Let's not be a gatekeeper and give a message to kids who are abused or who's struggling with the trauma of abuse. Let them continue to think that the state of Colorado believes you shouldn't have access to justice because your time is up. 6 years. It's not fair. It's not the right approach. And we have an opportunity today with your vote to send this out of this chambers and on to the House for further consideration, to allow those victims who were assaulted as children to have access to justice, and let the criminal justice system decide the outcome. It's that simple, it's that easy, and it's what the people of Colorado and the victims are asking for. They're asking us to open the window of justice with your vote. So I'm urging an aye vote on SCR 001.
Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to relive yesterday. But what I would like to say today is that I ask you to weigh this on its merits and to consider that what you are voting on is the possibility that the voters may give us to create a pathway to closure. This is not that pathway. This is the beginning of that pathway. This is the first step on that road, is giving the voters the right to say, yay or nay, we believe the legislature of Colorado should make legislation in this arena. And when we talk about the life-changing impact of closure, I will never know closure. That's not something that will be available to me. No matter how many years of therapy, no matter how many times someone tells me it's not your fault, I'll never be able to get there. But if a jury of my peers were to say, you know, this man raped you, this teacher shielded him from any action, perhaps I would feel some closure on an incident that, you know, in the 80s, we just looked at things much differently. And we know now that behaviors then are not behaviors that we approve of today. I'm asking from the bottom of my heart to consider that this piece of legislation can make a difference in the lives of people who have been victimized, can make a difference in the lives of families who have dealt with a victimized family member. It's personal, it's real, and the people live in every single one of our districts. So this is for all of Colorado. Please vote yes.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks again to my colleagues for bringing forth this measure, as well as for all of you who have worked on this on both sides of the aisle for years. Senate Concurrent Resolution 1 is an important step that we can take as Colorado to give child sex abuse survivors a path to justice and to healing. Legislative passage will send Colorado voters a question about whether survivors can pursue claims against abusers and complicit institutions, no matter when the abuse happened. In 2021, this body took a step forward with the Child Sexual Abuse Accountability Act, SB 21088, offering survivors a chance to seek justice through civil claims. But in 2023, as we know, the Supreme Court in Colorado struck down that look-back window, citing a need for an amendment to the state constitution. And that's what this is. Many abusers, just like many victims, are still out in the community. And while we ask our victims to suck it up, get over it, we can't afford to punish the institutions that allowed you to be victimized by. But they're still out there. And I, for one, stand with the kids and the victims rather than the predators. Our state constitution currently prohibits laws that are retrospective. So changing the statutes of limitations for sex abuse, child sex abuse in Colorado, is vital to empower our survivors and bring perpetrators to justice. Passing this simple act, which is going to put something on the ballot for voters, is essential for justice and for protecting our future generations. Survivors of child sex abuse have been stifled by time constraints and legal complexities for decades, allowing perpetrators to repeatedly escape accountability and continue to assault victims, knowing that the law is on their side. It's on the side of the predators and the institutions that protect them. And now I am beside myself that this amendment could be at risk of failing. I hear baseless concerns about businesses and schools closing, courts being overwhelmed, and as we've heard the sponsors say, that is simply not the truth. For the countless survivors still struggling to find their voice, this measure offers hope and a chance to be heard and acknowledged. So I leave you with this. Why would anyone deny a child victim justice against their abuser, regardless of how many years have passed? Is it in fact to protect the Catholic Church? Is it in fact to protect the insurance industry? Well, I reject that lobby wholeheartedly, and I reject their arguments. And I urge you to do the same. Please stand strong for the survivors, not the predators. I urge an aye vote on Senate Concurrent Resolution 1.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, you've heard people up here begging you. We've heard victims begging for your support. That is why we're here, to provide support to children, to constituents, to people who need us to stand up for them. I know everyone makes decisions for a multitude of reasons, but I am deeply hopeful that someone can see it in their heart to make this vote and to join us in supporting people who need us right now. Imagine if we've heard all of these people and we've met constituents and heard from members. Imagine if it was one of your family members, if it was your daughter or your granddaughter or your wife up here. How would you react? Would you react differently? I'm hoping with everything I am that we can pass this resolution and that someone can join us in supporting this so that we can answer to the people who've been asking and begging for the support we need. And again, it's just a first step in a long process. So I stand in strong support of Senate Resolution 01.
Senator Henriksen. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to reiterate my dissent from the arguments that we heard last night and regarding the constitutional concerns of how ex post facto law will be applied in a constitutional light relative to this resolution. In Calder versus Bull, the Calders sued to reverse a Connecticut law that retroactively extended the statute of limitations on bringing an appeal in the civil courts. At the time of Norman Morrison's passing, he had submitted a will regarding his wishes for the disposition of his estate, which left everything to Caleb Bull and his wife. The county did not record that will, and the estate was transferred to the Morrisons' natural heiress, Mrs. Calder. The Bulls had sued and were unsuccessful. 2 years after the case was closed, the Bulls learned that there were some questionable circumstances under which the will of Mr. Morrison was intentionally not recorded, circumstances that almost certainly would have produced a different outcome had they been known to the court. But the statute of limitations for appeals in civil courts in Connecticut at the time was 18 months. This was 2 years later. So the Bulls successfully lobbied the Connecticut Assembly and had that statute of limitations retroactively increased. They then filed their appeal and won on that appeal. And that is what brought the Calders to bring a suit that found its way to the Supreme Court. And in a unanimous decision, the court found that the Connecticut law, which retroactively extended the statute of limitations, allowing the Bulls to bring their appeal, was indeed constitutional. The court's holding, in part, was that the constitutional protections against retroactive punishments applied to criminal penalties, not civil suits. That was 1798. Calder v. Bull has continued to be upheld by the Supreme Court and in some ways expanded upon. In 2003, Smith v. Doe was a court case in the United States that questioned the constitutionality of the Alaska Sex Offender Registration Act's retroactive requirements. Under the Act, any sex offender must register with the Department of Corrections or local law enforcement within 1 business day of entering the state. This information was forwarded to the Department of Public Safety, which maintained a public database. Fingerprints, social security number, anticipated change of address, and medical treatment after the offense were kept confidential. The offender's name, aliases, addresses, photographs, physical description, driver's license number, motor vehicle identification numbers, place of employment, date of birth, crime, date, and place of conviction, and length and conditions of the sentence were part of the public record, maintained on the internet. Smith v. Doe questioned the constitutionality of that Alaska Act's retroactive requirements. John Doe's 1 and 2 were convicted of aggravated assault before the Act's passage and filed suit, claiming the Act was punitive and violated the ex post facto clause of Article 1 of the Constitution. Justice Kennedy wrote in part that the question is if the intention was to impose a punishment or civil proceedings. If the intention was to punish, that ends the inquiry. If the intention was to enact a regulatory scheme that is civil and non-punitive, the court must examine whether the scheme is so punitive as to negate the state's intention to deem it civil. Because the court ordinarily defers to the legislature's stated intent, only the clearest proof will suffice to override that intent and transform what has been denominated as a civil remedy for a criminal penalty. Standing in part on the precedent set in Calder versus Bull, the court decided that the legislature's intent was to create a civil, non-punitive program to protect the public, and the resulting dissemination of the registration information was not significant enough to declare it as debilitating. In 1997, Kansas versus Hendricks was a Supreme Court case in which the court set forth procedures for the indefinite civil commitment of prisoners who are convicted of a sex offense and are deemed by the state to be dangerous because of a mental abnormality. Under Kansas's Sexually Violent Predator Act, any person who has mental abnormality or personality disorder and is so likely to engage in predatory acts of sexual violence may be indefinitely confined. Leroy Hendricks and Tim Quinn had extensive histories of sexually molesting children. When they were due to be released from prison, Kansas filed a petition under the act in state court to involuntarily commit Hendricks and Quinn. Hendricks and Quinn challenged the constitutionality of that act because it was retroactive and requested a trial by jury, which the court granted. Hendricks and Quinn testified during the trial that they agreed with the diagnosis by the state psychiatrist, that they suffer from pedophilia, and admitted that they continue to experience uncontrollable desires for children when under extreme stress. The jury decided that they qualified as sexually violent predators. Since pedophilia is defined as a mental abnormality under the act, the court ordered that Hendricks be civilly committed. Hendricks appealed the validity of his commitment and claimed that the state was unconstitutionally using the ex post facto law in that case. And the Supreme Court again ruled that this was permissible. They ruled against Hendricks. The court agreed that the Act's procedures for the definition of a mental abnormality as a congenital or acquired condition affecting the emotional or volitional capacity which predisposes the person to commit sexually violent offenses to the degree that such person is a menace to the health and safety of others. And it agreed with Kansas that the act limits persons eligible for confinement to persons who are not able to control their dangerousness, and that limitation constituted a civil concern rather than a criminal one. Further, the court decided the act does not violate the Constitution's double jeopardy prohibition or the ban on ex post facto law because the act does not establish criminal proceedings, and so involuntary confinement under it is not punishment. Because the act is civil, Hendricks's confinement under the act is not a second prosecution or double jeopardy. The court's holding in Hendricks also rested, in part, on the precedent set in Calder versus Bull. Colleagues, we have before us a proposed amendment to the state constitution that would retroactively extend the statute of limitations explicitly on civil cases. It has been argued that we cannot do this because it would run afoul of the U.S. Constitution. I believe strongly that the Supreme Court has been clear and continues to be clear on the constitutionality of that matter. And I ask for an aye vote on SCR 001.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. I want to thank you all for your time and attention yesterday. This is a difficult topic to discuss, and we've had a really good discussion about it here in the Senate floor. And today, I believe we're presented with a very hopeful opportunity. I'm so proud to come before you with SCR 1, the Child Sexual Abuse Accountability Amendment. This measure will give the people of Colorado the right to vote on a critical question to so many. Should the legislature be able to pass laws to allow victims of childhood sexual abuse to pursue claims against their abusers, no matter when that abuse occurred? This is a narrow carve-out that only allows for victims of child sexual abuse to pursue claims from the past. Given the traumatic nature of this abuse, we must change the devastating limitations imposed by the current law that limits victims to 6 years to come to terms with their trauma. Most survivors are unable to come forward until they're in their 50s. According to the current law, you must come forward 6 years after your claim is run. For those who weren't encompassed in Senate Bill 73, that means anyone who experienced child sex abuse, who is now 28 years or older, has no course of action, no path forward. 28 years or older. The fact remains that the legislature is unable to give child survivors any justice or allow them to hold their predators accountable unless we vote yes today. The state Supreme Court has made that crystal clear. Yesterday, there was opposition to this amendment that revolved around two concerns. Really important and worthy concerns that shouldn't be ignored. There are two central concerns that were expressed: the argument of legal principles and the argument of effects or consequences. To the first, my good friend, the senator from Monument, eloquently laid out his concerns on the constitutionality of the amendment. I want to thank the good senator from Pueblo, who in my view has done a masterful job in making the case for both the constitutionality and the reasonableness of SCR 1. But I want to touch on those arguments again in my remarks. First, it's important to clarify for members that when the phrase ex post facto is used in this debate, it actually mischaracterizes both what the amendment is and what it does. The U.S. Constitution expressly forbids states to pass ex post facto laws, as does our state constitution. This is indisputable. But the ex post facto prohibition applies to criminal law, not civil. This goes back to the constitutional debate and some of the earliest case law of the U.S. Supreme Court. That is why our state constitution goes a step further than the U.S. Constitution and prohibits retrospective legislation on civil matters. This is a very, very important distinction that I think was getting a little bit lost yesterday. So when the phrase ex post facto is introduced into this debate about civil liability for sexual abuse of children, it does a disservice to us. Rather than honoring constitutional text, it serves to muddy the water. This amendment does not create an exception to ex post facto language in our Constitution. It creates a very narrow and specific civil exception to retrospective liability. That is an important difference to note and highlight. Second, due process and equal protection are guaranteed under the U.S. Constitution. What's important here is that these claims have to be proven in a court of law. They have to be proven to a high standard of evidence. The claims do not invent a new legal injury that didn't exist before the acts in question. Therefore, at no time during these suits are the due process rights of defendants stripped away by this amendment. If anything, the due process and equal protection under the law denied to these victims are being given their day in court. And that is all these victims are asking. Let us be heard. What they are asking of you today is, let our life, liberty, and property have value and meaning also. There was a broad argument of unintended consequences. This is important as well, and it's one that we hear a lot in this chamber. Again, I say to you that opponents should be able to bring some evidence here, not simply point to a lack of evidence. In Colorado, we've done away with these statute of limitations for future claims, as was mentioned in Senate Bill 2173. By now, there should be evidence that doing so has created some kind of terrible harm. There isn't any such evidence. The sky hasn't fallen. The institutions haven't closed. In dozens of other states, red states and blue states, these statute of limitations have been stripped away. They have provided victims the opportunity to pursue a look-back window, to go and pursue past claims. These states, 27 other states, red and blue, should be able to provide evidence that the unintended consequences have yielded terrible results. There simply isn't any of that anyone can point to with any seriousness. My hope is that it gives you additional comfort in your yes vote today, because this stands up to the scrutiny of our constitutional traditions and principles, and that it answers the concerns of the effects of these claims to hold offenders to account, and that somehow that will outweigh the evil these children have suffered. We must honor the needs of the survivors who have already been through horrifying trauma. They need us to make this small change in order to allow them to move forward with their claims. This is a statewide need. Through the weeks leading into today, we heard from countless survivors in committee. Hours and hours and hours of testimony from survivors asking us to do right by them, finally. Not to mention the roughly 40 years of their efforts that precede today's vote. We've heard from them in voicemails, in text messages, phone calls that you've taken, meetings that we've all taken, in emails, and through the statewide press that they have generated at the grassroots level. They were featured in the Colorado Springs Gazette, the Durango Herald, the Grand Junction Sentinel, the Boulder Daily Camera, the Denver Post, the Colorado Sun, and more. All pleading with us to vote to protect our kids and hold these predators accountable. Just yesterday, we heard from Rachel Denhollander, who gained international recognition as the first person to publicly charge Larry Nassar. Because of her bravery, hundreds of gymnasts were able to come forward to hold this predator accountable and pursue some of their justice. She came here to highlight the amazing opportunity that we have in the Senate today. She, like so many others before her, described how she had to explain to her 3-year-old daughter why there were so many women and girls who were abused in this way. She said, "There were so many because over and over again, institutions in power had shielded predators, ignored red flags, covered abuse, found it easier, faster, more convenient to hide the truth at the expense of the children. There never should have been so many." And in Colorado, it's a question you must reflect on as well. Because here, like in my home state of Michigan, there are so many survivors that should never have endured what they have endured, should never have encountered the predators that they encountered. So many, like my sister survivors and I, who could have and should have been saved, had institutions in power simply done what was right. These survivors, the children that were yours to protect, deserve a voice and deserve justice. And right now, Colorado's archaic statute of limitations has ensured that the Hall of Justice cannot even be accessed by the citizens who were harmed at their most vulnerable. Colorado's archaic statute of limitations has ensured that it is cheaper, convenient, easier for corrupt institutions to harbor abusers and silence victims than it is to tell the truth and protect your children. It has ensured a safe harbor for predators and for enablers. On another note, we must discuss the unique impact this measure will have on the Native American community across the state. We have made positive steps toward a healthy government-to-government relationship with both of the sovereign nations that exist within our Colorado borders. Just recently, we were addressed by both Chairman Baker of the Southern Ute Indian Tribe and Chairman Hart of the Ute Mountain Ute. We all acknowledge our respect for these nations and their councils and the Ute people. We have an obligation here in the state legislature to partner on policy decisions that impact them. Both the Southern Ute and the Ute Mountain Ute have taken an active support position on this measure. We were honored to be joined by Vice Chair Cloud yesterday as she spoke at a press conference to illustrate the urgent need for SCR 1 to pass. And incidentally, we are honored today to have her join us on the Senate floor for this important vote. You see, Colorado joins the rest of the United States and Canada to share in a dark past where Native children were ripped from their families and forced into boarding schools. These institutions robbed them of their culture, their language, their families, and so much more. But it didn't stop there. It is well known that these children were abused frequently and quite brutally. Much of that abuse was sexual abuse. These boarding schools were responsible for the sexual abuse that the individual teachers or preachers inflicted on the children. And for anyone laboring under the misconception that these boarding schools were a problem from the distant past, They weren't. The last boarding school in Colorado closed in 1985. They need to be held accountable. The people who need to hold them accountable cannot do so unless we pass this amendment today. Vice Chair Cloud also explained that this goes far beyond the boarding school issue, and the passage of this measure will bring justice to Native people who experience sexual abuse at a higher rate than any other group of people. It will assist in pursuing claims of sexual abuse against Native people by non-Native abusers as well. Let's stand together today and honor the request of both of the tribal councils and the Ute people that they represent. The Ute people are joined in support of this measure from the Native community all across the Front Range and the rest of the state. We have the opportunity to truly stand up for them today. There is broad and deep community support for this measure, and it is relevant for the discussion on SCR 1 to discuss the community support, as this is a referred measure that will go to the people to vote on, to have an active role and interest in its passage. We are, after all, debating a measure unlike the vast majorities of policies, in that your vote today determines whether or not the public has a chance to weigh in on this issue. If this measure fails, a no vote will block the ballot question from appearing on November's ballot. Another reason to take comfort in your yes vote today is that your communities are firmly in support of this. And this is one of the few issues where I can say that to every single member in this chamber, because this ballot question is extraordinarily popular all across the state. Its popularity gains in rural parts of the state. We've demonstrated this with polling data that I've mentioned before. Voters have demonstrated that they want the chance to vote on this. They have demonstrated that they want us to vote yes today so that they have the chance to vote yes on this. To illustrate the broad-based support, joining the Ute tribes that I already mentioned is a vast coalition of supporters. The AFT of Colorado, the Business and Professional Women of Colorado, Child U.S. Advocacy, Cobalt, Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police, who incidentally are joined by many district attorneys from across the state in terms of law enforcement support for this measure, the Colorado Black Women for Political Action, the Colorado Coalition Against Sexual Assault, the Colorado Human Trafficking Council, the Colorado Office of the Child's Representative, COLOR, the Colorado Organization for Victims Assistance, or you may know them as COVA, the Parent-Teacher Association of Colorado, the Community Investment Alliance, Hasea Advocate Program down in the Springs, Illuminate Colorado, the Interfaith Alliance of Colorado, Kid Power, the Laboratory to Combat Human Trafficking, the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives Task Force of Colorado, the National Council of Jewish Women of Colorado, Rocky Mountain Victim Law Center, the Southern Ute Indian Tribe, the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, Violence Free Colorado, Wings Foundation, and the Women's Lobby. The public is in favor of this particular measure in such a significant way because we hold the power to keep their voices silent on this if we vote no. And I wanted to mention that one of the survivors said it best. She said, "My abuser took my voice away, took my power away. It feels like this again. Like keeping this vote from us is taking away my voice again, taking away my power. This is truly a unique issue that the community is united behind. I don't know about you, but I constantly hear how troubled people are by a fractured American society, how splintered and divided we are on so many issues. But here, you have an issue that the whole community, Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike, are actually united around. It's very rare. It's very encouraging. They stand together and agree on this. It's an opportunity to move forward on an issue that we can all claim support for, that we can come together around, which is what people want us to do. The public is already there. Let's join them and unite in support for this measure. We have brought you a narrowly crafted provision that honors our state constitution, addresses a vital public interest, and draws on the experience of Colorado as well as dozens of other states who already function under the laws that this would allow. Above all, we've dispelled the notion that there is an underlying controversy to this policy. There isn't. This amendment was drafted carefully and in faith to the U.S. and state constitutions. So let's vote yes today and give the people of Colorado the choice on their ballot on whether to help our society reckon with this profound evil. Let's give the people the chance to do right by children who were sexually exploited, who were trafficked, who were assaulted. Let this chamber act to make it harder for longtime predators who today continue to have access to Colorado's children because they have escaped accountability. This is a legacy-defining moment. And although you may like to determine how this vote will be perceived, you cannot. The public gets to decide how this vote will be perceived. And they've made themselves pretty clear. You do have a choice, and I sincerely hope you choose to vote yes. And I thank you for your time.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of SCR 24001. As a reminder, members, this requires 24 votes for passage. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Gardner, with a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, SCR 24001 is lost. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1156?
House Bill 1156 by Representative Hartsook and Lindstedt and Senators Smallwood and Zenzinger concerning authorization to hold special events where substances that minors are prohibited from purchasing are served.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1156 on third reading and ask for your aye vote.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1156. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1156 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Janal, Henriksen, Gardner, Priola, Mr. Minority Leader. Kirkmeyer. Michelson Janae. Liston. Will the clerk please read a title to House Bill 1170?
House Bill 1170 by Representatives Joseph and Ortiz and Senators Gonzalez, Michelson, Janae, concerning the establishment of a Bill of Rights for youth in facilities operated by the Division of Youth Services.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 241170 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1156. Are there any no votes? I said, are there any no votes on House Bill 1170? So make sure you're paying attention. Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1170 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Buckner, Priola, Henriksen, Kolker, Exum, Marchman. General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the general orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Marchman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed for everyone here. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 90 and Senate Bill 182 until Monday, April the 22nd.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 90 and Senate Bill 182 until Monday, April 22nd. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're going to lay those bills over. Will the clerk please read the title to HB 1057?
We're now on 1057.
House Bill 1057 by Representatives Woodrow and Mabry and Senators Gonzalez and Henriksen concerning prohibiting the use of an algorithmic device by a landlord for the purpose of determining the amount of rent to charge a residential tenant in connection therewith, declaring that such use is an unfair or deceptive trade practice under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1057 on second reading and ask for an aye vote.
To the bill. Senator Gonzalez, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start out this discussion by asking you to consider the fact that this is not actually a bill about tenants and landlords. I want you to consider the fact that this bill concerning prohibiting the use of an algorithmic device by a landlord for the purposes of determining the amount of rent to charge a residential tenant and in connection therewith, declaring that such use is an unfair or deceptive trade practice under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act is actually a bill about good old-fashioned price fixing. I want to lay a little bit of the groundwork to center and ground this discussion that we're about to have so that you all know exactly what it is that you're voting for. In October of 2022, ProPublica released an investigation about price fixing concerns, antitrust concerns, that was followed days later by the first of several class action lawsuits across the country. In August of last year, August the 8th, I believe, of 2023, the class action litigation rooted in or based in Tennessee was allowed to proceed forward. And then 3 months later, the Department of Justice entered the chat by also, and I'm going to quote from their statement of interest in the United States. The United States submits this statement and the accompanying memorandum of law in support, ... because the United States, and I quote, enforces the federal antitrust laws, including the Sherman Act, and has a strong interest in their correct application. Also, from this statement of interest, this case involves the use of algorithms by competitors in allegedly fixing prices. Judicial treatment of these types of allegations has tremendous practical importance. As technology has developed in the 133 years since the Sherman Act created a federal prohibition on price fixing, firms have evolved the mechanisms that they use for unlawful price fixing agreements. In-person handshakes give way to phone and fax, and later to email. Algorithms are the new frontier. And given the amount of information that an algorithm can access and digest, this new frontier poses an even greater anti-competitive threat than the last. As with other actions taken in concert, competitors' joint use of common algorithms can remove independent decision-making. Algorithmic price fixing must therefore be subject to the same condemnation as other price fixing schemes. It makes no difference that prices are fixed through the joint use of an algorithm instead of by person, just as sharing information through an algorithmic service should be treated the same as sharing information through email, fax machine, or face-to-face conversation. Put another way, whether firms effectuate a price-fixing scheme through a software algorithm or through human-to-human interaction should be of no legal significance. Automating an anti-competitive scheme does not make it less anti-competitive. The question in this case is whether defendants have violated Section 1 of the Sherman Act by allegedly combining their sensitive, non-public pricing and supply information in an algorithm that they rely upon in making pricing decisions with the knowledge and expectation that other competitors will do the same. Although not every use of an algorithm to set price qualifies as a per se violation of Section 1, taking the allegations set forth in the complaints as true, the alleged scheme meets the legal criteria for per se unlawful price fixing. For the reasons set forth in the accompanying memorandum of law and support, the pending motions to dismiss should be denied. Y'all, that was filed by the United States Department of Justice Antitrust Division Counsel for the United States of America on November 15th of 2023. You know, I think that that would be reason and rationale enough to pass this bill, House Bill 1057. But I will also state, as we begin this conversation, that not only are there multiple class action lawsuits, but multiple AGs across the country have now either filed their lawsuits. Arizona, Washington, D.C., now North Carolina is investigating. But just days ago, colleagues, on March the 20th of 2024, the Department of Justice opened up a criminal investigation on the housing market. As reported by Politico on March the 20th of 2024, the Justice Department is expanding its probe of the rental housing market and opening a criminal investigation of a top developer of property pricing software and some of its customers, according to 4 people with knowledge of the matter. The DOJ is looking into the possibility that RealPage is facilitating price fixing among some of the large residential property owners and management firms that use the company's product, according to the people who were granted anonymity in order to discuss a confidential matter. The move opens a new front in an array of investigations and lawsuits targeting the rental housing market by the DOJ, state attorneys general, and class action plaintiff lawyers. It involves software companies such as RealPage and dozens of managers and owners of apartment complexes around the country. It also is a marked escalation of the probe, which has been underway for at least 2 years and has been run primarily by the DOJ's antitrust lawyers as a civil matter, which is also ongoing. I could go on and continue about why this policy is so important. But I will also say that in our local government and housing committee, we heard from RealPage themselves when they testified in opposition to this bill. I asked them some basic information. How much do you charge for this benefit to your landlords who are members of this company? I didn't get an answer to that question until yesterday. I asked additionally, how much market share do you have here in the state of Colorado? Still haven't gotten a full answer to that question. The best I could get as of yesterday was 22% in the 17 markets in which RealPage operates in the state of Colorado, but I have no information or determination around what constitutes a market. Is it counties? Is it neighborhoods? Is it judicial districts? Is it county? Who knows? But statewide, around 22%. Why does this matter? Because we have seen rental prices in the state of Colorado and here in Denver continue to escalate. You can look at the front page of the Denver Post this morning that says that increases in price continue to persist long after the end of the pandemic. We were told that this was a short-term issue that would resolve itself, allow the market to work itself out. Okay, but colleagues, if we are allowing a algorithm to allow a group of competitors, y'all, it ain't a smoky back door, a smoke-filled room. No. We don't need to do that anymore. It's an app that you pay a fee for. Now, the Apartment Association in Colorado testified in opposition to the bill, but did state that there was an amendment floating around during their testimony that would fix their organization's problems. During testimony, and I went back and not only did I listen to it, but I transcribed the thing because I apparently have aides with such dedication and grace. Shout out to the aides. So, in the last 2 years, Colorado has had stable housing rates. Supply has caught up with demand. Our supply expires. It's important that we get the most up-to-date pricing information. It allows us to avoid unsold units and higher vacancy rates. We believe we make about 4% more if we use one of these products. No wonder they're in opposition to a bill that increases their profit by about 4%. If you force us to make pricing decisions on a trial basis, i.e., not in a smoke-filled back room or via one of these nice and clean algorithms, we'll price it too high, in which case no one will rent. I'm sorry, colleagues, that's called using the regular good old-fashioned market. When I asked the Colorado Apartment Association General Counsel, why not make not only the lease information, but what is referred to as the strike price, the actual price, available to the public in the first place? General Counsel responded by saying, we do just that. We publish a quarterly survey. It's always a quarter behind. What our members want is something up to date with what happened yesterday. The amendment that I anticipate is about to be offered would make some amalgamation of information, but not the actual information available for a fee. And colleagues, I'm sorry, that doesn't pass the transparency smell test. So I move this bill. I ask for an aye vote, and I'm happy to entertain any further discussion on this bill.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 5 years ago, I was a regional operations manager at a large trucking company that deals exclusively with the distribution of hazmat materials. 85% of what we dealt with out of our office in southern Colorado was retail gas deliveries. And we'll see if anyone's paying attention. Has anyone driven on I-70 or I-76 across the Eastern Plains and stopped at a small town? You get off at the exit ramp, there's signs that say quarter of a mile gas. You go a quarter of a mile down and there's a four-way stop and there's a gas station on all four corners. One of you. Okay. Y'all need to spend more time driving across the Eastern Plains. So you go there, and the prices of all four gas stations they're likely to be the same price for the same gas. And there's not necessarily anything wrong with that. In a competitive market, that's exactly how you'd expect that to work. And when there is disparities in the price, and there are reasons that there might be disparities in the price, you will see more customers at the station that's selling gas cheaper at that four-way stop. But if all of those stations coordinated together and agreed that they wouldn't compete, even though they're owned separately, and that they would set their prices based on their supply on hand, their forecasted supply, and the forecasted demand, each known individually to themselves for their own stores, but now combined collectively, that would be illegal. And it would put the consumer in a really hard spot. You stop at the town of, let's just throw Flagler out there for an example, and gas is now 50 cents higher than where it was 20 miles back, and you're still, Flagler's what, 15 miles? I'm looking at the good center from Pennsylvania, 15 miles still ahead from Limon, 20 miles from Limon, from Flagler. You've still got miles up ahead, so you might not make it. Do you pay the extra rate per gallon? That could amount to 10 more bucks on a 20-gallon tank. Do you go back 10 miles? Do you risk going ahead of 20 miles, knowing that you might run out of gas? There is costs associated, whatever your choice is, and those are not costs associated with the free market, they're costs that are imposed through an act of collusion. So 6 years ago, I'm working, we're at Grondike, and I have the information very specifically about the wholesale accounts at the pipeline of over 65% of the gas stations in Colorado, in southern Colorado, because they're our customers. And I know, because I have access to computer technology that they are providing us as a part of the contract of our service, I know exactly what their demand rate is, when it fluctuates, whether they're having a busy day or a slow day for that time of the week, for that time of the day, for that time of the month, relative to the business cycle, if they're a truck stop. And it occurred to me, and I'm sure it has occurred to others who have worked in that industry and worked in that profession, that the aggregate information that I had of loaf and jugs, of Circle K's, of Suncor stations, of Exxon stations, could be coordinated, and knowing based on the supply that they had coming to them, what they had on hand, their geographic location, what their competitors are, could combine the data that we had as a company, as a third-party logistics provider, to advise them on information that they wouldn't know about their competitors on how to raise the rates during certain times of the day, during certain vacation periods, during certain points of the trucking business cycle, to maximize their profit margin on every gallon of fuel, down to the type of fuel specifically. That would be illegal, would be immoral, but also realizing this possibility years ago, the federal government had some foresight, and such an activity is prohibited in FMCSA's regulatory circular. But that is exactly what is happening in the housing market. Exactly what is happening in the apartment market. And that is what this bill seeks to address. I'm sure there'll be amendments. I will address those amendments as they come. My colleague pointed out that this is not a landlords versus tenants thing. I would largely agree with that. But one of the things that we hear about often in this chamber is the rights of small landlords. And I want to be clear that this is an activity that is undertaken by the largest corporations in the corporate apartment landscape. So while the lesser defenders in the Arizona suit are AMC, Avenue 5, Camden, BH, Graystar, HSL, RPM, Trammell Crow, Widener. These are the largest corporations that own apartment units throughout the nation. And the effects of this policy do not just hurt tenants. They hurt small landlords who are looking to be competitive in a free market economy when that free market is shut down through collusionary trust activity.
Further discussion on the bill. Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the good senators from Pueblo and Denver for bringing this bill forward. I do have an amendment, because I was talking to, at first when I was talking to the good senator from Denver the other night, things made sense. And then I started talking to some of my smaller landlords, and I would like to bring an amendment forward.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the
Thank you.
clerk please read the amendment? Oh, I'm sorry, amendment L014.
L014, amend and read gross bill, page 2, line 17, strike in and
Senator
substitute.
Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this amendment basically does three things to address the concerns that I believe the proponents had. First, the amendment addresses the concern about information asymmetry that we heard about by exempting an algorithmic device that gives potential tenants and others access to public and non-public rent data that landlords have access to buy. in allowing the algorithm to be used only if non-public executed lease data is also made available to the general public in the same aggregated and anonymous way that it is made available to landlords. So making it available to the general public as well as landlords. Second, and most importantly, this amendment L014 prohibits a provider of an algorithmic device from incentivizing or requiring a landlord take a rent recommendation, and it makes an unfair trade practice to do so. This is a solution that is good for potential tenants as well as for the folks that are mom and pop landlords who will have access, if they want to market data that they otherwise do not have access to. I ask for an aye vote on L014.
Senator Janal, would you please move your amendment, move
Sorry.
L014?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I move L014. Would you like me to repeat everything again?
I think we'll pass, but thank you.
Thanks.
Senator Gonzalez.
Couple of questions for the good senator from Fort Collins. Can you please describe to me what you mean when you're describing data information asymmetry?
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Data asymmetry is basically when you're not in symmetry or equal on both sides, it's a little tilted towards one side versus the other. So in order for some folks to get the data that aren't getting the data, that would bring it even.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. Can you help me understand with whom there is currently data, between whom is there currently data asymmetry?
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try to answer that question in regards to where the asymmetry is. It's my understanding that this is an app that is expensive, but it's available to large landlords or to the larger companies, and the mom and pops don't necessarily have the ability to access it, and that's where the asymmetry comes in. Okay.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. And so the data asymmetry that your amendment seeks to address is between the big corporate landlords who would utilize this and the small mom and pops. Am I to understand your position correctly?
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. Senator, to the good senator from Fort Collins, can you help me understand how L14 varies in any way from L12 or L11 or any of the other amendments that have been circulated before, shared by the Council for RealPage, and shared with us as sponsors that we have declined to accept? Can you help me understand how 14 is different?
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I can't because I wasn't in that committee, so I do not know what those amendments were.
Okay. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on L14. So for a trust activity to work, you need to have achieved a significant share of the market enough to that the trust activity will effectuate the market writ large. We're dealing with corporations that have collectively approximately 45% of the rental market in the United States. You need the members that are party to the collusion to adhere to the collusionary activity. And what I understand lines 3 through 6 of this amendment to get at is to disincentivize that collusionary activity. But even with that, the incentive is baked in. From the court case in Arizona, there was identified a disincentive structure that chills the lessor's employees from departing from RealPage's rates. If an employee seeks to adjust prices or rates set forth through the algorithm, it's escalated to a regional manager at his or her company. They then track the identity of the client's staff who requests the deviation. And what we have seen repeatedly is that that deviation can get an employee fired. There are other incentives baked in that I think that this would get at, but I don't think it would get at that specific example. There are cases where algorithmic devices have been used where departation from their prescriptive rates has resulted in increases of prices for the service. It's resulted in being dropped from the service. And I think that 3 through 6 might reach at that, but it doesn't go all the way because, again, that incentive is baked in. The companies that are paying for this service are large corporations. These are decisions that are made at the top, and they know that the conglomerated data set forth into the algorithm will be beneficial to both them and their competitors if everybody sticks to it. You don't need any more incentive than that. So for that reason, lines 3 through 6 of this aren't going to be effective. And then as we go down, I want to ponder like this, what we're talking about in the rest of this amendment gets directly at the problem itself. Subsection 1 of this section does not apply to an algorithmic device that uses incorporator who is trained with non-public competitor data if such data includes non-public executed lease data that is also made available to the general public in an aggregated and anonymous manner. The reason that this data is able to work in an algorithmic form is that it is not anonymous. So what we're saying with this amendment is that for a charge, the public can get similar data, but not the full data, certainly not the data that they would need to see what is going on, certainly not the data that would remedy the asymmetry of information caused by this. When this was discussed with proponents of Amendment 12, which, as far as I can tell, is identical to Amendment 14, there might be a comma somewhere different. When that was presented to them, one of the responses that was received was, well, we can't sell or share the data in its specificity because to put that out there and have competitors be able to see that would enable them to collude. I find that argument fascinating, colleagues, because what we're saying is that this data, in its specificity, in the public realm, where the competitors could see it, would enable them to collude on that data itself. But we're saying that it isn't the case when it's sent to a third party and the third party compiles that together and feeds it into a computer algorithm. That is a very thin argument to me, colleagues. Another thing that was brought up is that having this data in a specificity shared with competitors would be a trade secret violation. And I also agree with that. So what we've done in this scenario is have this third party that's able to collect this data that shared inappropriately from an employee of one corporation to another would be a trade secret violation, shared together amongst executives and used to fix prices would be collusion, and then this third party compiles that information and fixes the prices themselves. Well, that's still collusion, colleagues. It's just a third party that's doing the act on our behalf. So neither lines 3 through 6 of this amendment deal with the effectively deal with the incentive programs, or incentive piece, nor do lines 8 through 19 address the asymmetric information piece. I appreciate the effort, but it does not do it. It falls short, and I ask for a no vote on L14.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I rise in support of L14. L14 is fully responsive to the concern that the landlords have accessing to the data that consumers do not have to have them access by creating a consumer dashboard and using the algorithm to show the range of rent prices for the type of apartment the consumer is looking for in particular zip code or neighborhood. It's a good compromise on what we're talking about. It also addresses the antitrust and collusion in a way the bill as drafted does not, by making it an unfair trade practice under the consumer code to incentivize or require a landlord to accept a rent recommendation. So I know that this is a hard subject to kind of grasp, but for the most part, this is a good compromise, this amendment, so I rise in support and ask for an aye vote on L14.
Senator Gonzalez.
All right. I went line by line of what was presented in the Local Government and Housing Committee as L12 and line by line of now L14. The difference is L12 was presented in committee and L14 is now the floor amendment. That's the difference. The language remains exactly the same. The asymmetry of information was not, as the good senator from Fort Collins initially described, between mom and pops and the big corporate guys. It's between the landlords and the tenants. If y'all don't want to listen to me, that's cool. Let's listen to the Attorney General for the state of Arizona. The participants in this scheme who own, operate, or manage multifamily apartments and acknowledge that they are all technically competitors. But the company in question helps them work together to make us all successful in our pricing. RealPage promises that by joining up, participants can continually outpace the market in good times and bad. Outpacing is a code for charging higher prices than what would be charged in a market untainted by collusion. This is price fixing and it is illegal. I could go on because ordinarily, again, page 4 from the complaint filed by the Attorney General for the state of Arizona. Page 4, line 17. Ordinarily, competitors do not agree to share detailed, sensitive, competitive information with one another. But to join RealPage, lessors must agree to depart from normal behavior when competing with each other and provide RealPage with their real-time lease transaction data. This data is non-public, extremely targeted, and, quote, as fine as granular bits of sand. That's from RealPage itself. How YieldStar can double and triple revenue performance. This data, fine as granular bits of sand, includes occupancy rates, rents charged for each unit and each floor plan, lease terms, amenities, move-in dates, and move-out dates. Literally hundreds of variables, according to RealPage's founder and former CEO, Steve Wynn. Not only that, and this is directly to lines 3 through 6 of L14. RealPage, and this is again from the complaint filed and currently pending in the state of Arizona. RealPage puts significant pressure on participants to ensure they adopt RealPage's pricing. In so doing, RealPage makes sure landlords are adhering to the agreement. In antitrust terms, this is called policing the conspiracy to make sure no one cheats by lowering prices and trying to gain market share. RealPage polices the conspiracy in at least 4 ways, This is what the good senator from Pueblo, my co-prime sponsor, was referring to. However, again, I next want to address the second aspect of the amendment, because this section does not apply to an algorithmic device that uses, incorporates, or was trained with non-public competitor data if such data includes non-public executed lease data, meaning let us continue to use everything else but not this one fine granular bit of sand. If it's also made available to the public, and guys, this is where I want to point your direction to. Why am I so angry about this amendment? Because look on L14, line 12, 11 and 12 and 13. If such data is also made available to the general public in an aggregated and anonymous manner at no more than a reasonable charge. Y'all, if we are trying to advance transparency and accountability, you want to charge for it? To the good senator from Fort Collins, what do you think a reasonable charge is? How about free? Make it free, make it anything but the actual, I don't want any of this non-public competitor data that is used to train an algorithm, and then we will go and amalgamate something and spit it out in a nice little dashboard available to consumers that just basically is the algorithmic version of, don't worry, it's good, just trust us. No, thank you. If you want actual transparency, if you want actual symmetry as opposed to ongoing and continuing price fixing and collusionary, is that a word? Collusive? I don't know. It's one of those times when I need to stop talking because I'm realizing the words coming out of my mouth might not be actual words. If you want to stop collusion, you want to stop price fixing, say no to L14. If this algorithm wants to be made available to the public on a free basis and available to everyone, We can have that conversation. Unless and until then, I'm a no on this amendment.
I ask for a senatorial 5, please. The Senate will come back to order. We have been discussing L014, and at this time, seeing no further discussion, a division has been called. Okay. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. Psst. The motion is for the adoption of L014. All those in favor, please stand. Okay, please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of L014 is adopted. Senatorial 5. To the bill. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What a shame that this chamber, by a vote, a voice vote, has decided to side alongside a corporation that is facing not only a voice vote, or a standing vote, thank you for the correction, although I've been instructed that I'm to refer everything to the chair, so thank you, Madam Chair, has, in adopting this amendment L14, decided to stand alongside a corporation who's not only facing class action litigation in multiple states across the country, litigation from attorneys general in multiple states across the states in the DC, multiple places across the country, but also is all subject to a criminal investigation. Who are the victims in this? The renters in the state of Colorado who suffer the injury of price fixing in this state. You know, the Apartment Association, I will remind y'all, does make this data available in a transparent and free manner. It's just not day to day. I will remind this chamber that in the Statement of Interest of the United States, The U.S. Department of Justice's Antitrust Division, Counsel for the United States of America, has said, Section 1 of the Sherman Act prohibits every contract, combination in the form of trust or otherwise, or conspiracy that unreasonably restrains trade. Under the statute, it is per se unlawful for competitors to join together their independent decision-making power to raise, depress, fix, peg, or stabilize prices. And the Supreme Court has made it clear that, quote, the machinery employed by a combination for price fixing is immaterial. I ask for an aye vote, but this conversation ain't over. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we have at this point, colleagues, is a bill that has minor effects on the status quo. It puts some prohibitions into the collusionary conspiracy. It does not eradicate the collusionary conspiracy. It just forces companies to be more refined in their application of the collusionary conspiracy. And let me try to distill this to a micro example. Consider it a work test scenario for those of us who remember our college days. Got 4 large apartments in a sector of a city, a bubble, center location in an urban environment. Standard practice, pretty standard practice in large in the large apartment industry that you try to aim for a 5% or less vacancy rate. Actually, that's not even true. That's not the case anymore. That used to be the case, and part of why it's not the case anymore is because of this technology, because you can make more of a higher profit margin while going above that 5%. So under this example, you've got these 4 apartments in this city center. 3 of them have a 4% vacancy rate. 1 of them has an 11% vacancy rate. God, that 11% vacancy rate apartment is struggling. They need to get tenants into those units quickly. And they have a 1-to-1 application ratio. They have a new application, a new qualifying applicant for every vacancy that they get. So they're not able to cut into that vacancy rate because every time they get somebody to fill one, another one comes available. Now those 3 apartments that have a 4% vacancy rate, they have a 2-to-1 qualified applicant rate. They have to sometimes turn people away because you have a qualified applicant and it's filled before the paperwork is filled out. They are operating at capacity and constantly bumping up against their max. They can't share this data with each other. Doing so for the purpose of fixing their prices together would be illegal. Sharing internal company data as an employee with a competitor that could be used as leverage against that company would be disclosing a trade secret. But they give all this data to a third party. And it realizes that based on the application rates, the qualified applicant rates, and the vacancy rates, that the 3 complexes that have a 4% vacancy rate can increase their rents by 10%, and that first apartment complex that has an 11% vacancy rate can hold their rates steady. Normally, you've got an 11% vacancy rate. You need to fill that you're looking to lower rates. You may not like to, but it's more important that you get those spots filled. But this algorithm says, no, you can hold rates steady, and these 3 other people, you won't know what's recommending for them, but it will recommend to 3 other people, hey, you raise your rates 10%. They do so. And they price applicants out of those units. They price their current residents out of renewing their units. And priced out of those units, some of these renters will go to the competitor that had an 11% vacancy rate, whose rates did not change and is now slightly lower. The net difference is that actually vacancy rates go up. This often happens in these markets. Now, based on these price changes, there's a 7% vacancy rate in all units. So the one that had 11% didn't change their rental rates at all, but they've closed a third of their gap, and so they're much more profitable now than they were. The others have seen their rates, their vacancy rates increase, but not to an extent to offset the gains that they've had from the rent increase recommendations given to them by the third party who knew that they could do so based on their weaker competitor. So less units as a whole are full. Profits for all 4 apartments in this scenario are up. And the cost of living is up for everybody who lives in them. Now, what we've done with this amendment that we've just added to this bill is we have said that for a price, a renter or possibly a small landlord competitor can get access to the aggregate acceptable application rates, potentially the vacancy rates, but they won't be able to see what happened. All they'll be able to see is that before the price fixing, the overall vacancy rate amongst all 4 units was 5.75%. After the price fixing, they're at 7% overall. And they'll be able to see that there is equalization or greater equalization between the application approval rate as a whole, but not that one unit was really struggling and the others had boom time, and that it was all equalized in a very methodical, precise manner. They won't be able to see that. They'll just be able to see that there was a 1.75 to 1 qualified applicant rate across the board, and now it's 1 to 1. There was a 5.75% vacancy rate across the board as a whole. Now it's 7%. They won't be able to see what happened. And so we've done nothing to alleviate the asymmetric information problem caused by this practice. Nothing. Now, executives of the companies that employ this technology are still allowed, and they still will, require employees at local levels to follow recommendations on what rental rates should be for the apartment complex. So we have baked into this incentive that you can't drop. I would argue that based on this amendment, you can't drop an apartment management group for not following the amendment. You can't raise the rates of service for an apartment management firm that doesn't follow the fixed rate recommendations. But these are very, very powerful corporations who know exactly what they're doing. And they will internally create policies to require it to be followed. We've seen it before, and it's going to continue. So, what we have left with us, colleagues, is a bill that creates a couple of additional, very, very small hurdles to enacting this collusionary conspiracy theory. I'm going to ask for an aye vote because hurdles to collusionary conspiracy are better than nothing. But I hope that someday we take seriously collusionary conspiracies that rob people of their housing, rob people of shelter. So with that, I'll ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Yes, to the bill. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues. So I rise in opposition to House Bill 1057, but maybe not for the reasons why you might think. I hear what the bill sponsors are saying, and certainly don't want to give the impression that anyone would want to be complicit in things like price fixing, right? That's a big deal. It's, to me, that the language within the bill itself is not precise enough to accomplish what I think I'm hearing the bill sponsors say without casting so large a net that we may have unintended consequences. For example, if the bill was as simple as, here is the one app that we're referring to. Here's the one piece of technology that here on April 17th, 2024, is something that we feel is a heinous piece of software. We feel, and apparently, allegedly, other states feel the same way. This is bad software, and it allows folks to be engaged in price fixing. Okay, whether they realize it or not, whether they're doing it on purpose or just innocently thinking, oh no, this is just a piece of software that's providing some data. If we were talking about a bill that says, here specifically is this piece of software, and we want this piece of software out of the state of Colorado, meaning we're going to go to the manufacturer of the software and tell that manufacturer, we don't want this piece of software in our state anymore. Candidly, colleagues, I think that's something I could get behind. I really do. Particularly if the data that the sponsors have been citing is accurate, that this is something that other attorneys general across the country have had a problem with. It's involved in multiple class action lawsuits. That's a piece of legislation that I see has merit. But colleagues, senators, that's not the way House Bill 1057 reads. House Bill 1057, instead of addressing the manufacturer of software and saying, look, you can't provide this. No. As I read House Bill 1057, we're not going to the manufacturer of the technology. We're not going to the manufacturer of software. No, where are we going? To the landlords. Again, for the how manyth time this session. We're going to the landlords, which could be a giant multinational publicly traded conglomerate, or it could be me with formerly one rental unit. That's what House Bill 1057 says. Let's not address the technology, the problem that, again, I think we might all agree on, needs to be targeted. Nope, instead, we're going to go back to the landlord once again, piling on yet another level of risk on top of landlords in our state when, once again, as we're talking about the importance of affordability across our state and how we need to do whatever we can do to get more rental properties on the market, now we're going to introduce yet another bill that adds yet another layer of risk to landlords. And what are the risks, colleagues? What are the risks to a landlord under House Bill 1057? Does anybody know what happens to a landlord that perhaps inadvertently uses a piece of technology like this? Does anybody know? I know. I know, it's all in Title VI. I don't have an amendment. Oh, it's all in Title VI. It's all in Title VI under unfair trade practices. So we're telling a landlord, colleagues, in this bill, you might have one rental house and a friend of yours tells you as you're deliberating, saying, "Oh, I don't know what to charge for rent. I got a 2-bedroom house in rural Colorado. I'm thinking about putting it up for rent. I don't know what to charge. What do you think I should charge?" And that friend says, "Well, you know, there's a website you can go to that would give you that data." And if you're that landlord and you foolishly, right, because you're such a diabolical individual, you foolishly go to that website and you see that rents may be charged this much in that area, guess what? It is not only possible, it's probable that you're violating unfair trade practices that are now being established in House Bill 1057. Again, we're not targeting the creator of that website. If they put out an app, we're not targeting the creator of that app. We are going directly to the landlord and saying, shame on you for not reading in Title 38, 12-703 closely enough, which says that when you, Mrs. Landlord, went to set the rent that you were going to charge your tenant for the occupancy of a residential premises, including determining any change in the amount of rent to be charged for the renewed occupancy of rental premises, that a landlord shall not employ, use, rely upon, or cause another person to employ, use, or rely upon an algorithmic device that uses, incorporates, or was trained by a non-public competitor data, with non-public competitor data. So you tell me, colleagues, when you go to Zillow to see how much you would need to plan to pay for rent, or in this case, how much you would plan to charge for rent, I would love somebody to come here and tell me definitively Zillow does not use, incorporate, or was ever trained with non-public competitor data. Somebody come here and risk civil penalties under the unfair trade practices provisions in our statute. Somebody tell me that they're willing to risk that right now. I will tell you, in my opinion, that would be a galactically foolish mistake for you to make. Because you don't know. So as a landlord, when we're dealing with legislation that was written this broadly, not only encompassing what is apparently an egregious piece of software today, allegedly, but any software that might ever be created in the next 125 years in this state. Any piece of software that you use that helps you determine, again, if you only have one rental property, wouldn't it be important to make sure you're not, I don't know, overcharging tenants and nobody wants to rent your place? Wouldn't that be good data to know? So if you find out the average rent in the area is $2,300 a month and you want to be extra competitive and say, hey, I've done the math, and even with all the new risks I'm taking because all these new great laws that the state of Colorado is enacting, even with that, I only need to charge $1,900 in rent. And you can do that. Wouldn't that be helpful? I would argue, of course it would be helpful. But in this case, just going onto a website, I'm not talking about even necessarily a subscription app. I don't see anything in here that says you have to pay for it, at least not before the amendment, or what may or may not be the amendment. But if you've used data that was created under an algorithm, you as that landlord darn well better know whether or not that data uses, incorporates, or was trained with non-public competitor data. Because if it was, buckle up. Buckle up, colleagues. Are you going to go to jail? Should we go through the civil actions under Title VI, 1-113? Should we go through the pages and pages of potential damages and other relief that you as the landlord would be subject to? Again, not the creator of the software, not the inventor of the algorithms that are allegedly price fixing, which we could go after those folks, but nope, we don't want to do that. Not in House Bill 1057. We're going to go directly to the landlord. Not only, colleagues, if that wasn't enough, not only is the landlord potentially subject to our laws dealing with unfair or deceptive trade practices, catch this. I'm on page 4, line 14. EEEE, which is the new area that we're creating in law. A person engages in a deceptive trade practice when in the course of a person's business, vocation, or occupation, the person violates or assists another person in violating. Assists another person. So, as I read this, if good senator from Denver tells me, hey, person looking to rent one home, I've heard about this website you can go to that will give you market pricing in your area. There you go. Assisted another person in violating this section. You have now opened yourself up to violating our statutes regarding unfair or deceptive trade practices in our state. Do we really think that language was necessary? Not only are we targeting landlords now, again, for the umpteenth time this session, as we, I would almost say, disingenuously talk about how we're trying to keep rents low in our state. We're not only going to target the landlords in this piece of legislation, colleagues, we're going to target anyone who assists landlords. Somebody define for me what that is. Spouse, adult children, cousins, business partners. Where do we draw the line? Who all can be looped into this? Have I mentioned the civil penalties in 6-1-113? Have I mentioned the pages of potential civil damages? Not only for the landlords, colleagues, not only for the landlords, anyone who assists a landlord in using a piece of software that knowingly or unknowingly has data that was, make sure we get it right, uses, incorporates, or was trained with non-public competitor data. It doesn't seem right to me. It doesn't seem right to have a perfectly justifiable concern about collusion and price fixing, and to recognize that there may be certain products or services that are brought to our state that raise concerns. But instead of dealing with that there are folks in this chamber who feel that the best way to address a piece of noxious technology is to go to the landlord who may be using that technology, knowing or unknowingly, or to any person who assists that landlord, and opening them up to civil penalties in our state. I find this astounding that this would be what we decide to do as a body. Again, while ostensibly saying, hey, you know, we're really looking to make Colorado a more affordable place to live and encourage folks to rent properties and that kind of stuff, because as you'll recall, as somebody who formerly rented one property, the land baron that the senator from Douglas County is, with the one for-rent, formerly for-rent property in the state of Colorado. That when, first of all, when I was renting, a renter, I should say, a landlord, not a renter. And when I went to determine the rents to charge, did I use market data? Of course I use market data. What person renting a property doesn't use market data? Renting out a property or renting a property? So, but more importantly, I looked at what my direct costs were. If I have a mortgage, what's the mortgage on this? If I have an HOA, what's the HOA fee on this? If I have taxes, what are the taxes I have to pay? Hopefully I have insurance. What's the insurance that I need to pay, right? Direct costs. Direct costs, repairs, maintenance. And there's the indirect costs, the soft costs. How much time am I spending as the landlord driving to these properties, inspecting the properties, making sure that God only knows all 6 burners on the oven are working, because we know what happens if only 5 burners are working, right? So the soft costs, traveling to and from. Soft costs, gas for this, wear and tear on my vehicle doing all of this kind of stuff. Any potential damage to the property that's going to result in something expensive later that I've got to accrue for. So we've got direct costs, we've got indirect costs, and we've got risk. Risk. Is it worth it to deploy capital in an endeavor like this, or is there too much risk, and should I instead deploy that capital elsewhere where I don't have that risk or less risk? I don't know, municipal bond fund, high yield bond fund, equity fund, gold, antique cars. Right? There's other places that landlords can put their money. And when you pile on more and more and more risk, and this is what, the 7th bill this year attacking landlords? How many bills have we seen already this session coming after landlords? I don't even know the number. I've lost count. So we add yet another bill, which again, I will absolutely concede the point to the sponsors. There's bad technology out there. There's bad software out there that is engaging in criminal behavior of any kind. We should get rid of it in the state of Colorado. Agree completely. That's not House Bill 1057. Nope. That's not this bill. This bill is about landlords and what landlords can and can't do, what people assisting landlords can and can't do, and the penalties associated when they knowingly or unknowingly use that technology or assist them. Sure. Madam Chair, I request Senate 405.
Granted.
Yeah, no problem.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments. We appreciate my co-prime sponsor, the good senator from Pueblo, and I appreciate the point being raised by the good senator from Parker. That being said, we wish to lay the bill over to tomorrow, Thursday, April the 18th, and allow the bill to retain its place on the calendar.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1057 as amended until tomorrow, April 18th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill will lay over until tomorrow. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 182 until Monday, April the 22nd. Oh, wait, sorry.
Do you mean House Bill 1121?
1136. Oh. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1121 until Friday, April the 19th.
Great. The motion is to lay over House Bill 1121 until Friday, April 19th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1121 will lay over until Friday. Would the clerk please read the title to SB 194?
Senate Bill 194 by Senators Roberts and Will and Representatives McLaughlin and Armagost, concerning special districts that provide emergency services and in connection therewith, authorizing district to impose an impact fee on certain new construction and to levy a sales tax to generate additional revenue for district services.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 94 and the Local Government and Housing Committee report.
To the Local Government and Housing Committee report.
In committee, we did a few things. The biggest thing we did is we added ambulance districts into this bill. The bill started off applying to fire districts, and which covers fire services, of course, but also emergency services. And we wanted to add in ambulance districts as they also provide emergency services in our state. We made a few other changes, including allowing these sales tax elections to happen in the November election. We'll be bringing an amendment that further clarifies that, but that's what was done in committee and would ask for an aye vote on the report.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that this is really important for adding the ambulances, especially for rural Colorado and these rural districts.
Great. The motion is the adoption of the Local Government and Housing report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Local Government and Housing report is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L003?
L003.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L003.
To the amendment.
So this amendment is an amendment that allows fire districts or ambulance districts to waive the impact fee that they normally collect if the impact fee was going to be assessed on an affordable employee housing project or a middle income housing project, low to middle income housing project. Basically, we want to make sure that our affordable housing projects can continue without exorbitant fees, and this allows them to waive those fees. Would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L003 is adopted. To the bill. Oh, there's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the title of L004?
L004, amend the Local Government and Housing Committee report dated April 11, 2024, page 6.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L004.
To the amendment.
So what this amendment does, this is about the timing of the elections I spoke about earlier. This amendment will clarify that a special district, a fire district, or an ambulance district that is seeking to go to their voters with a sales tax question can do so at the May elections, when special district elections normally happen, or in the November election that is regularly held. So they'll have, instead of just November, they'll have both choices, May or November. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, no. The ayes have it. L004 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L005?
L005, amend the Local
Senator
Government.
Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L005.
Great. To the amendment.
Okay, so this is a very substantive amendment, and we want to thank a lot of the input from various stakeholders that helped us get here. What this amendment does is put in statute clear guardrails and safeguards around the processes of how impact fees are formulated and assessed. So a lot of the rules and restrictions and guardrails are already clarified in case law. This is a very long litigated issue in Colorado and nationally, but it doesn't appear in statute for Title 32 districts. And so what this amendment does is put that in statute, puts those guardrails about how impact fees need to be reasonably related or roughly proportionate to the services that are being provided by the district, that they need to be for capital projects, not for everyday expenses, and a variety of other things. This is something we worked on with folks who build homes, the home builders, CCI, CML, to make sure that those guardrails appear clearly in statute, not just in case law. And this does move several of those groups to a better place on the bill, and we do appreciate their input. I think it makes a lot of sense to take what is obviously a well-litigated subject with a lot of case law, but let's make it very clear in statute, and this is what that amendment does.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that amendment, L005, really makes this a good bill, in my opinion.
The motion is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The aye has it, and L005 is adopted. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're to the bill now, and I'm excited to be here with the good senator from Newcastle and to present this bill. This bill is about helping the folks who show up when you're in trouble, whether it's fire or emergency services. We know that many of our fire departments, emergency service departments across the state operate on the margins, some just barely getting by, particularly our rural departments that don't have as substantial of a property tax base or don't have as much commercial activity to fund their services, but they are just as important as any other district. And so what this bill proposes to do is actually bring fire districts in line with what a lot of other special districts already can do, which is assess an impact fee on new development so that they can serve the new development in their area, and also have the ability to go to their voters, if they choose to do so, with a sales tax question. Certainly doesn't allow them to raise taxes without voter approval. It just gives them the ability to ask for a sales tax like many other special districts already can. Fire districts, ambulance districts cannot, unless this bill passes, go directly to their voters with a sales tax question, but a lot of other districts can. Health districts, libraries, of course, school districts and other entities can already do that. And so what we're asking is for equity and more local control on this. We heard some pretty powerful testimony in committee on why this is important, both the impact fee and the sales tax question. We have a lot of areas of Colorado, many communities in my district that are set to grow because of new development, and the fire chief's very worried that they'll even have the ability to serve that. They need to build a new station, or they need to buy a new truck to serve higher buildings. And they, for a variety of reasons, cannot assess an impact fee on their own right now like other special districts can. They have to get approval from their local governing body. And while this has worked very well in a lot of places in Colorado, there are certain instances where fire districts, after they go through an expensive nexus study, which they are required to do, still get turned down by their local governing body and can't assess that impact fee. So we think that we should equalize fire districts, given the very crucial and vital service that they provide. This also will significantly impact our EMS providers, because most fire districts are the district that does the EMS service, as well as the ambulance districts. We talked about adding those. So this is a great bill for fire fighting, for those who show up during emergency situations, but essentially the folks who show up when you call. They're the ones you call when you are in trouble. And if we don't support them and give them the tools that they need to adequately fund their services, we give our constituents risk of not having somebody show up when they're in trouble. So with that, I would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Will.
Yeah, you know, we heard in committee, and it's about like my co-prime's comments were, we heard that, you know, one size doesn't fit all with these fire districts. And, you know, more than roughly 70% of Colorado's fire departments are fire protection districts. And, you know, the only way fire districts can meet their ever-increasing day-to-day demands is by planning and, you know, they're planning and training their personnel, working out mutual aid agreements with their neighboring departments, maintaining, replacing their equipment, ensure reliability, build new infrastructure, all of that. You know, they need a diversified revenue source that's appropriate for the local conditions. And that means, you know, especially in these rural areas. We heard from the Cortez fire chief, you know, $90 million in sales tax just from the Walmart in Cortez. They have no access to that. And so what they're seeing increasingly across the state, especially in these rural areas, is visitors to the state, their call volumes going up. Many of them said 30 to 40%, their call volumes. They don't have the personnel, they don't have the equipment, et cetera. And these are people that aren't, they're not property tax owners in the districts. They're visitors to their counties and local fire districts. So they talked a lot about and that was where the one size doesn't fit all, and some of them just don't have the tax base to keep themselves going. So this is a great way, and this is a great bill to address those issues and keep our first responders and our fire districts and everyone up to speed. You know, we talked a little bit about just the training and equipment, you know, and we've heard about that here in this building before about the protective equipment. Some of them can't even afford the right protective equipment for their firefighters. And, you know, that's just, when you send someone out to do a job, you better give them the tools to do it right. And not having the proper safety equipment is not acceptable. This bill will fix that, and I strongly urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Minority Leader Lundin. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read L010?
L10, amend printed bill, page 10, after line 24, insert 4. This act
Leader
takes
Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 10 to Senate Bill 194.
To the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So this bill is about public safety, largely firefighters raising money. Now, we all know that firefighters raise money best when they are in their communities, flexing their biceps, triceps, and publishing their calendars. So if you will track with me to the bill here, oh no, technology's letting me down. There must be an algorithm that said shut Lundin off. If you will track with me to page 10 of your bill, after line 24, which is the enacting clause of the bill, it says after the previous and typical language, you add an additional section that says, this act takes effect only if a fire protection district or ambulance district seeking to impose an impact fee first posts a calendar with images of Senators Will and Senators Roberts appearing in alternating months. So in order to get access to the impact fees, you've got to publish the calendar. And what better calendar could any firefighting district want to have to help them raise money than the Mr. January, Mr. February, Mr. March, Mr. April. You can just imagine the poses and the pictures. So colleagues, I ask you to join me in really making sure that we uphold the great traditions of raising money for our fire districts by accepting this amendment number 10 to Senate Bill 194. I'm sure that the bill sponsors will join and find this to be a friendly amendment.
Is there further discussion on L10? Oh, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, I would certainly hope that if this amendment, this would be a friendly amendment to the amendment, that there would be no swimsuit poses whatsoever. So I can support the amendment, but no swimsuit pictures whatsoever.
Further discussion on L10. Minority Leader Lundin.
I renew my motion to support L10. There are no two finer specimens in the Colorado Senate than the sponsors of this bill. I encourage your support of Amendment L10.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L10. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed, no. Unfortunately, L10 was lost. The motion before the body is the adoption of SB 194. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and SB 194 is adopted. Sorry, Senator Pelton. Will the clerk please read the title to HB 1136?
House Bill 1136 by Representatives Pugliese and Amable and Senators Cutter and Smallwood concerning measures to encourage healthier social media use by youth and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Howdy, Senator.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 241130. Oh, I move the, just the bill. That's right, I forgot a minute that we didn't have a committee for. 1136.
Great. To the bill. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. We are asking for your support on House Bill 1136. 1136 is addressing, I think, what is across our country now a universal concern around young people and their use of social media. There's been a tremendous amount of stakeholdering that's been done with this bill. We do have an amendment that we feel address the concerns of the last stakeholders. My co-prime sponsor will go through what that piece is. But colleagues, what we're trying to do is thread the needle between realizing that the science, the data, the studies show that there's detrimental effects to young people and the overuse of social media, particularly negative social media, and very much how nobody that I know has ever expressed concerns about things like safety caps on medicine to be used when children are around, or protections in electrical outlets, or the warnings on inflatable pool toys. I mean, we could go on and on and on about, little small steps that society has taken when dealing with kids and potentially harmful products and services. So again, we're threading the needle between that realization and wanting to do something, while at the same time making sure that we're not being too prescriptive, that we're not stomping on the freedom that businesses and software developers have and should have when it comes to creating, disseminating valuable pieces of technology for society as well. So with that, I think we've done a pretty good job in threading that needle, and would ask you to help support the young people across our state with the passing of House Bill 1136.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to add a bit, when we use the term, we know this is a problem. Research has told us that this is a problem for young people. And when we use the term problematic social media, we're just not referring to kids popping on the apps between classes or on the bus or on the way to school. It's prolonged, uninterrupted, and almost compulsive scrolling that's linked to the negative outcomes we're trying to mitigate. Some statistics here. Spending more than 3 hours per day on social media can double a teen's chances of experiencing depression and anxiety. A half of teens say social media makes them feel worse about their bodies. And 42 studies found a consistent relationship between social media use and poor sleep quality, reduced sleep duration, sleep difficulties, and depression among youth. So, and new research is demonstrating the addictiveness, it's proving the addictiveness of these platforms, and they're addictive by design. So, like my colleague here, I feel great that we've stakeholdered this bill and worked really hard to get to a good place, and hope that we can count on your support.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L10?
L10, amend Rand Gross Bill, page 4, line 25.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move Amendment 10.
To the amendment. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along with technical changes, we added just some technical changes to clean it up. We added cybersecurity and internet safety to the list of materials that should be included in a resource bank that we're creating, and it includes a representative from the technology industry to the list of stakeholders that will be convened to inform rulemaking and the materials in the resource bank. And we also clarify the purpose of the language on the pop-up feature we're having social media include. Finally, we provide an alternative to the notification in the bill and allow a social media company to adopt a similar policy that would be informed through rulemaking. And again, all these changes got us to a really great place with stakeholders and everybody involved, so we're asking your support of Amendment L10.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my co-prime sponsor with that excellent explanation to kind of distill it down for those of you who are looking at Amendment 10, and particularly for anybody that had concerns about being prescriptive to the industry. I think Amendment 10 really addresses that. Basically, we're now telling
folks who have already volunteered that they are under 18 years of age. So we're talking about children. Folks that have voluntarily disclosed that they're children, we're simply asking the platform to either display a pop-up or to have information available to them that was developed through a stakeholder and rulemaking process around what that information will be about the engagement in prolonged use of social media. So again, providing a tremendous amount of flexibility, we feel, making sure that the industry has a say in what that information would contain if they wanted to do that, because again, that's an alternative to just a pop-up. So we really like Amendment 10, would ask for your support, not only on the amendment, but on the bill.
The motion is the adoption of L10. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L10 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the motion is for the adoption of House Bill 1136. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1136 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1258?
House Bill 1258 by Representatives Brown and Basenecker and Senator Roberts concerning credit for the out-of-pocket expenses paid by a covered person when a health insurance carrier exits the market.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1258.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 3?
L3, amendment.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L003.
To the amendment.
Thank you. So this makes one change, changes 4 words on page 4. It just, we found that in order to conform with the rest of the bill, we wanted to say credited to out-of-pocket expenses instead of increase in claims liability. And it conforms with the rest of the bill. It would ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of L3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L3 is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this is a bill that would put in place a mechanism that I hope we never have to use, but it did happen last year when one of the insurance companies that offers product in Colorado went out of business mid-year. Those patients who purchased insurance from that company, had already paid out-of-pocket expenses and had things credited to their deductible, and then all of a sudden were in the situation where they needed to buy insurance from another company. This bill makes clear that if that happens ever again, that they're credited, that their expenses that they've already paid at that point in the year will be credited towards the deductible on their new plan. Again, hope we don't have to use it, but in case we do, this bill would put that system in place and make sure our constituents don't have to double pay for their coverage. It would ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1258. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1258 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report. Oh, I'm laying over? 130? Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. I lay over Senate Bill 130 until Friday, April the 19th.
The motion is
I
to
just
lay
said
over
rise.
Senate Bill 130 until Friday, April 19th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. 130 will lay over until Friday, April 19th. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now the committee may rise and report.
The motion for the committee is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the reports?
April 17, 2024, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it as had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 194 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1136 is amended. House Bill 1258 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1057 is amended, laid over until April 18, 2024, and retaining its place on the calendar. House Bill 1121, Senate Bill 130, laid over until April 19, 2024, and retaining their place on the calendar. Senate Bill 90, Senate Bill 182, laid over until April 22, 2024, and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Marchman.
I move, thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
Motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment? Never mind. The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 194 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1136 is amended. 1258 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1057 is amended, laid over until April 18th, and retaining its place on the calendar. House Bill 1121, Senate Bill 130, laid over until April 19th, retaining their place on the calendar. Senate Bill 90 and Senate Bill 182, laid over until April 22nd, and retaining their place on the calendar. Consideration of conference committee reports. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1422?
House Bill 1422 by Representatives Byrd and Taggart and Senators Enzinger and Kirkmeyer concerning the cost threshold of controlled maintenance projects for capital renewal.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1422.
Is there any explanation of the conference committee? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this goes back to a question around what fits under controlled maintenance in our controlled maintenance budget. So right now, any project that is $2 million or less can be put into controlled maintenance. This causes more expensive projects to get split up into multiple years in a way that isn't great for the project. Also, there are projects that are a little over $2 million that really should be controlled maintenance. They aren't new developments, but right now all those projects go through the CDC and have to be looked at individually. We asked the Capital Development Committee about raising this cap and what their thoughts were. Originally, the state architect had proposed raising that $2 million cap to $5 million for projects that fit into controlled maintenance, and went to the CDC, and the CDC said, how about 4.1, which is the $2 million adjusted for a particular kind of inflation. In the conference committee, there was a split. About 3 people wanted $5 million, and 3 people wanted $4.1 million, and so we split the difference, and we landed at $4.7 million. Rounded up because the inflationary figure that we chose to use moving forward is actually higher than the inflationary figure that CDC had used originally. It is tied closer to the actual cost of construction. I can see by everyone's rapt attention this is a very boring explanation of a very boring process. Needless to say, we've talked with folks, we think it's a good idea, and we ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1422. Are there any no votes? Senator Simpson, Pelton B., Van Winkle, Minority Leader Lundin. With a vote of 31 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1422 is adopted. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1422.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the repassage of House Bill 1422. Are there any no votes? Senators Simpson, Beasley. Van Winkle. Liston. Rich. Pelton R. Pelton B.
Thank you.
With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1422 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Message from the House.
April 17, 2024, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes House Bills 1231, 1273, and 1368, amended as printed in House Journal April 17, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes Senate Bill 81, amended as printed in House Journal April 17, 2024. The House has adopted and returns herewith Senate Joint Resolutions 18 and 19.
Message from the Revisor.
April 17, 2024, we herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bills 1231, 1273, and 1368 without comment as amended Senate Bill 81.
Committee reports.
April 16, 2024, Committee on Finance. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1276 be amended as followed, and so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1253 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1269 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1328 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 33 be postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 204 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. April 16, 2024, Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 41 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 192 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. And House Bill 1151 be postponed indefinitely.
Announcements. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Appropriations Committee will meet on Friday at 8 a.m. Bills are being finalized today, but just so everyone knows, 8 a.m. Friday, Appropriations Committee. See you then.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Transportation Energy is meeting this afternoon. Let's start at 2:10 up in 3:52. We have two bills up.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, Senate State Veteran Military Affairs Committee will be meeting at 2:20 to hear Senate Bill 193. We'll see you there at Old Supreme Court.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee, we will meet in 15 minutes in our regular committee room, and we have 3 bills for consideration.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you. Education Committee will be meeting in room 357 upon adjournment of HHS, and we will be hearing Senate Bill 201.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Judiciary Committee will meet in the old Supreme Court upon adjournment of, 15 minutes upon adjournment of the upon adjournment committees. We will hear House Bills 1374, House Bill 1107, and 1232. Thank you.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I need to amend my prior statement. Transportation Energy will meet after the upon adjournment committees in 3:52, so stay tuned.
Further announcements. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I have an announcement. As a continuing reminder, open enrollment for benefits began April 9th and ends April 29th. If you have any questions, please reach out to the accounting department. On that, Mr. President, I move that the Senate recess until 2 o'clock today. Colleagues, you don't need to come back, just looking at bills coming over from the other chamber.
Senator Will seems to have an announcement squeaking in
Thank you, Mr.
right before the
President.
bell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry. I just want to remind everyone, I'll make it really quick. Sportsman's Day at the Capitol tomorrow. Good lunch from 11 to 2 p.m. out on the East Lawn. Please join us.
The Senate will stand in recess until 2 p.m. today.